Chapter 144. As a result, Emogu realized she didn't know what her master did with the matter she entrusted to Lord Daoist Jinghe. Not only did junior martial brother Bai not behave, but he even became more aggressive. When she cultivated every day, she would definitely receive a summoning talisman. The content was something along the lines of Senior Martial Sister, today's weather is good. Let's go out and meet up. As soon as she went out, Junior Martial Brother Bai would immediately appear in front of her. In the end, even Yi Jinji was affected. He said a martial uncle Bai fawned on him so much that he ran away in fear. Emotienga was furious. She rushed to Lord Daoist Jinghe's main hall and shouted, "Master!" Lord Daoist Jinghe was so frightened by her sudden appearance that he threw away 2 grapes. When he regained his senses, he glared at her. "What are you doing? Why are you making such a big fuss?" Emotienga already knew what kind of person her master was, so she wasn't scared at all. Not only did she not shake him off, but she also complained. "How did you do things? Junior Martial Brother Bai is pestering me even more tightly now. He's so annoying." Lord Daoist Jinghe was surprised. "What about him? He sends me summoning talismans every day, and even runs to Jinji's side to fawn on me. He really scared Jinji." "Oh." Lord Daoist Jinghe swallowed a grape and nodded thoughtfully. "This brat isn't stupid after all. He actually knows how to fawn on the people around you." "Master." Emotienga became even more annoyed at his reaction. "Whose side are you speaking for?" Lord Daoist Jinghe hastily corrected himself. "I said he's too stupid. He actually harassed the people around you. Now that you're angry, what else is there to talk about? That's not the point, okay?" Emotienga held her forehead. "Who's the master and who's the disciple? Why do I always get half killed by this master's nonsense?" "Then what's the point?" Lord Daoist Jinghe was baffled. "The point is, how did you do things?" Speaking of this, Lord Daoist Jinghe said, "Girl, master fought with old man Jinyang for you. Not only are you not moved at all, but you also talk to master like this?" "Fought?" Emotienga was baffled. "Master, why did you fight with martial uncle Jinyang?" "Because that old Taoist looks down on you." Lord Daoist Jinghe said boldly, "You're my disciple. Looking down on you means looking down on me. If I don't hit him, who else should I hit?" Emotienga felt she didn't need to say anything. She should have known that if things were handed over to this master, it would definitely turn into a fight in the end. Now that the fight was over, it was no wonder that the other party did not listen to him at all. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lord Daoist Jinghe, who was baptized by Emotienga's murderous gaze, was unhappy. "Child, why don't you know how to respect your master?" Emotienga ignored his words. She stroked her chest and swallowed her anger. She then said calmly, "All right, master. You can continue eating grapes and putting on airs. I'll deal with it myself." She turned around and walked out of the main hall. Behind her, Lord Daoist Jinghe's noisy voice rang out. "Child, how can you talk to your master like that? What do you mean by putting on airs? Don't go." Emotienga walked out of Shangqing Palace and sent a summoning talisman. The reason why she didn't want to settle it herself was because she wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to stir up trouble. But now, it seemed that she couldn't count on anyone else. It was better for her to do it herself. Besides, so what if she offended that junior martial brother Bai? At most she would offend that martial uncle Jinyang. In any case, her master already had a falling out with him. She didn't have to wait long outside Shangqing Palace before she heard a cheerful voice. "Senior Martial Sister Mo." Emotienga took a look. This junior martial brother Bai came really fast. Junior martial brother Bai. She forced a smile. Bai Yinfei's eyes were full of spring, and his face was full of smiles. After he decided to pursue this senior martial sister Mo, he consulted several senior martial brothers with dual cultivation partners and several senior martial sisters. But they all said different things, and no one could convince the other. In the end, there was only one thing that no one objected to. A chaste woman was afraid of a pestering man. Bai Yinfei thought about it. He really didn't know how to use other methods. But this one was simple. He just needed to pester her directly. Therefore, he sent a summoning talisman every day and inquired about her whereabouts. In the end, Someone suggested he start with Senior Marshal Sister Mo's little nephew. He thought Senior Marshal Sister Mo only had this one blood relative, so she must value him very much. Sure enough, Senior Marshal Sister Mo replied to his summoning talisman and was willing to meet him. Senior Marshal Sister Mo, by Yanfei beamed with joy. I've been waiting for a long time. You're finally free. Mo Tiange looked left and right, then said with a calm expression, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Bai Yanfei nodded hurriedly. There were many people in the vicinity. It would be bad if others heard them. It would indeed be bad if others heard them. Although Mo Tiange was already prepared to offend people, she didn't intend to make them lose face. That would be making enemies for no reason. After circling around in the sky, Missouri Tiange finally saw a completely empty mountaintop, so she took the lead and landed. Senior Marshal Sister Mo, this is... Bai Yanfei originally thought they were going to find a beautiful place to talk about their worries, but he never expected they'd find a bare mountaintop, without even a place to sit. However, his eyes shifted. There was no one here. Could it be that she wanted to? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Mo Tiange's voice. Junior Marshal Brother Bai, I think we should talk about some things. Bai Yanfei regained his composure. He rubbed his nose and obediently answered. Senior Marshal Sister, please speak. Mo Tiange glanced at him, then looked into the distance. Her voice was indifferent as she said, I understand Junior Marshal Brother's kindness, but ever since I embarked on the path of immortality, I've been wholeheartedly focused on Tao and didn't intend to get involved in matters of love, so I can only let you down. With Junior Marshal Brother's talent, presumably, your future is bright. When you succeed in your Tao, you'll naturally find a beautiful woman to marry you. Why do you need to settle for an ordinary woman like me? Junior Marshal Brother, please don't disturb me in the future. I'm not as talented as Junior Marshal Brother. If my Tao heart isn't firm, I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. After she finished speaking, Mo Tiange glanced at him again. However, when she saw Bai Yanfei's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but frown. Junior Marshal Brother Bai? Huh. Bai Yanfei was startled. Junior Marshal Brother, did you hear what I said just now? Bai Yanfei scratched his head, as if he still didn't understand. I've finished speaking. I'll take my leave first. Just as she was about to turn around and slip away, Bai Yanfei suddenly shouted from behind her. Senior Marshal Sister Mo. Mo Tiange felt helpless. She stopped and turned around. Junior Marshal Brother Bai, do you have anything else to say? Bai Yanfei was dumbfounded for a moment before he said, Senior Marshal Sister, are you rejecting me? Mo Tiange naturally wouldn't say it so bluntly. She smiled and said, It's me who's not worthy of Junior Marshal Brother Bai. But I don't mind. Bai Yanfei shouted. I know Senior Marshal Sister Mo isn't a peerless beauty, and your aptitude is also average, but I think you're quite suitable, so I won't be picky. Could it be that he couldn't tell she was just being polite? But I mind. After rejecting a person she didn't like, Mo Tiange also became angry when the person said in a condescending tone, I don't mind that you're not worthy of me. Her voice turned cold. I mind very much. Bai Yanfei still didn't understand why she was angry. With an innocent expression he said, I don't mind. Why do you still mind? Mo Tiange tried to restrain herself, but in the end, she still couldn't hold back. Junior Marshal Brother Bai, even if your cultivation level is the highest in the world, and you're incomparably handsome, there will still be people who don't like you. I don't want everyone to like me. That's why I'm the one who doesn't like you. Mo Tiange interrupted him and said bluntly. Some people didn't understand even if she gave him face, so she might as well tell the truth. Huh? Such a straightforward answer made Bai Yanfei finally silent. Mo Tiange saw his face turning green and white, so she thought it was better to be tactful and not turn hostile. Junior Marshal Brother Bai, I'm wholeheartedly devoted to Tao, so I really don't want to get involved in this kind of love matter. You're very good. There's naturally a good girl who likes you, but I don't have such thoughts, so let's end this matter here. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, another voice came from behind her. Senior Marshal Sister Mo. Mo Tiange felt powerless. Junior Marshal Brother, is there anything else? The corners of Bai Yanfei's mouth twitched, but in the end he still said, "Is it because of Qin Shoujing? You rejected me because of Qin Shoujing, right?" Mo Tiange said expressionlessly. "Who said that?" "Martial Uncle Jinghe said that Qin Shoujing brought you back because he wanted to use you." Mo Tiange didn't say anything, but her expression had already explained her mood. "You misunderstood, right?" "I didn't misunderstand. This was what Martial Uncle Jinghe said." Bai Yanfei sneered. "What's so good about Qin Shoujing? Which part of me is inferior to him? In terms of aptitude and identity, how can he compare to me? He was only born 100 years earlier than me. Give me another 100 years, and I'll definitely trample him under my feet." Mo Tiange also sneered. "Junior Martial Brother Bai, do you know where you're standing right now? Whatever you do in Morning Sun Peak is fine, but this is Clear Spring Peak. It's not a place for you to throw a tantrum like a young master." Bai Yanfei was startled by such rude words. Senior Martial Sister Mo Tiange continued to sneer. "On Clear Spring Peak, in front of me, you spoke ill of my senior martial brother. Junior Martial Brother Bai, could it be that Martial Uncle Xinjiang never taught you manners?" Bai Yanfei's face turned blue. Mo Tiange took a step forward. "I said some polite words to you, but you don't understand, so I can only tell you the truth. Junior Martial Brother Bai, do you think you're amazing? If it weren't for Martial Uncle Xinjiang, what would you be? Single spiritual root? That's right, your aptitude is very good. But if we just look at aptitude, what's the point of us cultivating? We'll just rank you according to your aptitude. Yes, Senior Martial Brother Shoujing is more than 100 years older than you. But even if you're given 100 years, can you do the same as him? I'll say it bluntly again. Are you sure you can form your gold core by yourself in 100 years? Of course I can. Bai Yanfei's face turned red. It was unclear whether he was angry or embarrassed. I have a single spiritual root. Even if I don't have a master, I can still do it. You're actually comparing me with Qin Shoujing. It's you who wants to compare yourself with Senior Martial Brother Shoujing. Mo Tiange raised the corners of her mouth and stared at him. It's fine if you don't want to compare yourself with him. But why don't you compare yourself with me? I'm not a genius with a single spiritual root. But I'm already 29 years old, and in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. What about you? Genius Junior Martial Brother Bai, you're only a few years younger than me. Why did you just build your foundation? That's because you had a fated chance. Bai Yanfei shouted, trembling with anger. Do you think I don't know? You encountered a fated chance right after you built your foundation. So you directly advanced to the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Yes, but fated chances are also strength. Mo Tiange continued to smile. So what if we're comparing the aura refining realm to the foundation building realm? Junior Martial Brother Bai, you built your foundation at 22 years old. Senior Martial Brother Shoujing built his foundation at 20, and Senior Martial Brother Lingxi of Sweet Du Peak built his foundation at 17. You still couldn't beat them. Let's talk about me. I built my foundation at 23 years old. At that time, I was still a waste with 5 spiritual roots, and I was only 1 year slower than you. Did you really beat all of us? Bai Yanfei couldn't say anything. He only saw Mo Tiange looking at him, as if she was looking at an ignorant child. Cultivate diligently. If you only put your mind on dual cultivation, 100 years later, you'll really be unworthy of the title genius with a single spiritual root. Senior Martial Sister Mo, Bai Yanfei once again chased after her. It was unclear whether it was because he was unwilling or because he was angry. But this time Mo Tiange didn't stop. With a wave of her sleeve, a surge of spiritual aura blocked his path. So Bai Yanfei could only watch helplessly as she stepped onto the white silk handkerchief and swaggered away. Bai Yanfei stood in the same spot. His heart was filled with resentment and embarrassment. It really never crossed his mind that this senior martial sister Mo would actually look down on him. But just now, Senior Martial Sister Mo easily blocked his path with a single move, letting him know that he really wasn't as good as her. No, of course it wasn't like that. He angrily cast a spell, blasting a big hole in the ground. He was a genius with a single spiritual root, and he was Lord Taoist Jinyang's last disciple. How could he be inferior to others? They were just lucky. The bare cliff suddenly slid open, startling Bai Yinfei back to his senses. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a person standing in front of the open stone door. That person was looking at him with an indifferent gaze. Junior Martial Brother Bai, you came to our Clear Spring Peak as a guest. Why did you smash a hole in my immortal's cave? Bai Yinfei stared blankly at the person in front of him, unable to regain his composure for a while. But soon, when he clearly saw who it was, he jumped up in anger. Qin Shoujing, it's all because of you. I'll fight you. Bai Yinfei unreasonably took out the magic weapon his master bestowed upon him, and angrily rushed forward. It never occurred to him that he wouldn't be able to defeat Qin Shoujing with his current cultivation level. Qin Shi simply raised his hand, and a spiritual pressure immediately enveloped him. Bai Yinfei's spiritual aura stagnated, and he couldn't move even an inch. He was unwilling to accept this and desperately tried to mobilize his spiritual aura to resist, but this spiritual pressure was too strong. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Qin Shi withdrew his spiritual aura and said faintly, Junior Martial Brother Bai, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of Martial Uncle Xinjiang. You. Bai Yinfei lay on the ground, unable to say anything. It was unclear whether it was because he was beaten or because he was angry. After thinking about it, he was overwhelmed with sorrow, so he simply burst into tears. Why was his life so bitter? He had just been rejected, and now he was being taught a lesson by his rival in love. Moreover, it was in this kind of position he really lost all his face. Qin Shi was dumbfounded when he started crying. Although he usually didn't show his emotions, he still couldn't help but feel like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only met this junior martial brother Bai many years ago. Although he had grown up now, his temperament was still that of a child. After crying for a long time, Bai Yinfei wiped his face and stood up while sobbing. His face was covered in tears and snot. Coupled with the blood he spat out just now, his whole face was smeared with blood. In an instant, he no longer had the demeanor of a handsome young master, and looked like a dirty cat. Just as he was about to stand up, pat his clothes, tidy his hair, and go back in a fresh and clean manner, he saw Qin Shi right after he stood up. He became angry again. Why are you still here? Qin Shi said expressionlessly, This is my immortal's cave. Of course I'm here. You. Bai Yinfei suddenly felt so ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die when he thought about how he was treated as a joke. He fiercely glared at Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi turned a blind eye to his glare. He said calmly and indifferently, Junior Martial Brother Bai, if there's nothing else, you should hurry back to Morning Sun Peak. I won't keep you here. Who wants to stay? But Qin Shi didn't wait for him to speak. He turned around and entered his immortal's cave. The stone door was closed, and the illusory formation was opened. Bai Yinfei was left standing alone in a daze. The wind blew through his dirty cat face, making him look extremely sad. Mo Tiange angrily opened the restriction on Mingxin residents. Yi Zhenji and his little friend Hualing were playing with the inferno beast, Xiaohua, in the courtyard. When the two little guys saw her coming in with a cold expression, they immediately stood up. Auntie, Martial Uncle. Seeing their scared expressions, Mo Tiange hastily squeezed out a smile. Oh, it's Hualing. What are you two playing? No, nothing. Yi Zhenji hurriedly said. Auntie, we're not playing with Xiaohua. We're playing with Xiaohua. This time, Mo Tiange really burst out laughing. Xiaohua was currently a spiritual beast equivalent to the early stage of the foundation building realm. It was also docile, so it became the target of these two little guys. They always wanted Xiaohua to help them with this, and that, thinking she didn't know. In fact, how could she not know? It was just that they restrained themselves, so she just let them be. Besides, with Xiaohua by their side, she wasn't afraid of any accidents happening to them. Alright, you two can play. Mo Tiange stroked Yi Zhenji's head, and let the two little guys play by themselves. She then went into the cultivation room. Inside the virtual sky world, there was still a cool breeze and clear water. Mo Tiange sat in the small room for a while, trying to calm her chaotic mood. She picked up a stack of books, but after staring at them in a daze for a while, she suddenly threw all the books out. These books made of different materials fell on the bamboo planks, making a messy sound. She panted heavily, sat down dejectedly, and buried her face in the crook of her arms. Martial Uncle Jinghe said Qin Shoujing brought you back because he wanted to use you. Martial Uncle Jinghe said Qin Shoujing brought you back because he wanted to use you. Bai Yanfei's words kept coming back and forth in her mind, refusing to stop. Although she was so sure and played it down at that time, she couldn't control the anger in her heart. In fact, she knew those words must have been said by Lord Taoist Jinghe. No matter what, Bai Yanfei wouldn't make things up. However, she didn't know what the original words were or what they meant. She couldn't help but guess. Did they really have such a plan? With the virtual sky world, she wasn't afraid of other people harboring evil intentions towards her. But she didn't want that person to really harbor evil intentions. Chapter 145. Mo Tiange later heard that out of anger, Lord Taoist Junyang took junior martial brother by back and grounded him. He then disappeared without a trace. Even when she went to Morning Sun Peak to run errands, she never saw junior martial brother by again. Her days also returned to normal. When she gradually integrated into the school and gained a reputation among the aura refining disciples, Lord Taoist Jinghe agreed that she no longer needed to go to Mengxue Hall every day. She only needed to go to the steward's hall to give sermons every once in a while. In addition, the affairs of Shangqing Palace were still handed over to the maids, but she was still responsible for them. If there were any mistakes, they could ask her. Just like that, Mo Tiange unconsciously realized that her status in Xianqing school had risen. Not to mention the low-level disciples calling her grandmaster. Even the foundation-building disciples calling her martial uncle was more sincere. As a result, she swallowed back the words she heard from Bai Yanfei some time ago. No matter what kind of thoughts they had towards her in the beginning, she saw how well Lord Taoist Jinghe treated her now. If he really treated her as a human furnace that could be used, why did he put in so much effort? If they didn't mention it, she would just pretend she never heard it. 1 year after another, time flew by. Although she had the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange's cultivation level didn't rise too fast. First, she deliberately slowed down the pace of her cultivation to lay a good foundation, so that her unstable mental state wouldn't affect her core formation in the future. Second, although there were many spiritual plants in the virtual sky world, they were all high-level spiritual plants. She was only in the foundation-building realm now, so she couldn't use many of them. 3 years had passed. Mo Tiange was now 32 years old, but she still maintained the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old. There were many reasons for this. First, her art of Sunu, now called Sunu Art of the Origin, had the effect of retaining her youth. Second, she took a look-preserving pill, so unless she encountered some special circumstances, she wouldn't age in this life. Even without these two reasons, she was now a foundation-building cultivator. With the lifespan of 300 to 400 years, she was still young. Yi Zhenji, on the other hand, had grown up. He was now a 15-year-old teenager, but his figure grew taller. His face gradually grew longer, and even his voice became coarse. Mo Tiange wasn't tall, but he had already caught up to her. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before she looked up at him. Nevertheless, Yi Zhenji's attitude toward her had never changed. He still trusted and admired her, and regarded her as a respected elder. As for that master in name, he simply couldn't remember him. Yi Zhenji's cultivation level rose very quickly. Mo Tiange generously used all the medicinal pills and treasures she could use in the aura refining realm on him. Right now, his cultivation level was already in the 7th layer of the aura refining realm, completely catching up to Hualing. Under Mo Tiange's influence, this child also cultivated very hard. His temperament and perception were both excellent. In time, he would definitely have some achievements. The people of the Yi clan had been keeping in touch with him, and would send things over every once in a while. They didn't know about Mo Tiange's existence. They only knew that Yi Zhenji was accepted as a disciple by a core formation cultivator. They were very happy, so they also sent a lot of offerings. These things were nominally given to Master Taoist Shoujing, but in fact, they were all delivered to Mo Tiange. Seeing those offerings, which were priceless in the secular world, Mo Tiange knew Yi clan members were living very well in the secular world, so she felt relieved. Although she didn't have any feelings for Yi clan, it was, after all, her clan and second uncle entrusted it to her. If it was within her ability, she ought to do her part. When the third year passed, another great piece of good news came from Xianqing School. Master Taoist Xianin successfully advanced into the nascent soul realm. He was now Lord Taoist Xianin. After learning about this, Mo Tiange conveyed her congratulations to Lord Taoist Xianin and changed the way she addressed him. From now on, she had to call him Martial Uncle Xianin. Luo Fengxue and the others were also her peers. Once they advanced into the nascent soul realm, they would be a great master. Although they still had the master-disciple relationship, it could be considered they had established their own school. Xianqing School had a total of 6 peaks. Each of the 5 nascent soul cultivators occupied one peak. Now that the 6th nascent soul cultivator had appeared, the empty peak was assigned to Lord Taoist Xianin. From then on, Lord Taoist Xianin and his disciples all moved to Sweet Dew Peak. For the sake of Lord Taoist Xuanin's advancement, Lord Taoist Jinghe specially looked for Mo Tiange to educate her. Lord Taoist Xuanin's aptitude was excellent. He was one of the disciples with a single spiritual root that Xianqing School would only accept once every several hundred years. However, he never fought for the title of genius. He only cultivated step by step, laying a solid foundation step by step. Now he was already more than 400 years old when he tried to form his nascent soul, so he could succeed on his first try. This matter was just right to educate Mo Tiange. She obtained the art of the origin, got rid of the reputation of having a waste spiritual root, and her aptitude could also be called a genius. Lord Taoist Jinghe knew her cultivation was too fast, so he specially reminded her that no matter how good her aptitude was, she could only achieve twice the result with half the effort if she had a solid foundation. Mo Tiange understood his meaning. She was also aware of this problem. Building her foundation at the age of 23 was considered early, but she also directly advanced from the early stage to the middle stage. If she sold some of the spiritual plants in her virtual sky world, she could have continued taking spirit-gathering pills and reached the late stage of the foundation-building realm in 10 to 20 years. However, using medicinal pills to advance her cultivation level had a huge hidden danger. If her mental state couldn't keep up with her cultivation level, problems would arise when she made a realm breakthrough. Lord Taoist Jinghe was very pleased that she understood his meaning, but he muttered, "It'd be good if that stinky brat could also understand." Lord Taoist Xuanin's advancement into the nascent soul realm not only greatly affected Xianqing School, but it also affected the structure of the great cultivation groups in the celestial pole. The demonic beast riot not long ago was now officially over, because Xianqing School issued a mountain sealing order early. Although they lost many foundation-building disciples and several core formation cultivators, the aura refining disciples weren't affected. Many disciples with high aptitudes were also well protected. Presumably, in 50 to 60 years, Xianqing School would return to its former heyday. As for the other 6 great cultivation groups, Danding School no longer had the strength to be one of the 7 great cultivation groups. It would take at least several hundred years for them to recover their strength. Although powerful cultivation groups like Tiandao sect also managed to preserve their most important disciples, their losses were much greater than Xianqing School's because of their early underestimation. The other sect that didn't suffer much was Zhengfa School, which was located in the northernmost glacial zone. It had now been renamed Jingfa sect. They only had one branch in Kunwu, so although they suffered losses, it didn't affect them too much. However, the conditions in the northernmost glacial zone were harsh. Although Zhengfa sect dominated the north, it couldn't develop to the scale of Tiandao sect or Xianqing School. Otherwise, they wouldn't have established a branch in Kunwu. The reason why Xianqing School always ranked below Tiandao sect was because its nascent soul cultivators were inferior to Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect had 7 nascent soul cultivators, while Xianqing School only had 5. In terms of other disciples, the difference between the two groups wasn't big. Now Lord Taoist Xianin advanced into the nascent soul realm. increasing the number of nascent soul cultivators in Xianqing school to 6. Although Lord Taoist Lingxiu was likely to pass away within 100 years, Master Taoist Shoujing had successfully advanced into the late stage of the core formation realm. With his temperament, it wouldn't be a problem for him to add another nascent soul cultivator to Xianqing school within 100 years. There was also Master Taoist Lingxi, a genius with a single spiritual root. He was now in the middle stage of the core formation realm and might advance in 100 years. At that time, the number of nascent soul cultivators in Xianqing school would increase to 7. Moreover, almost all of them would be in the prime of their lives. In addition, Lord Taoist Jinyang had just turned 1,000 years old. With his cultivation level in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, it was very possible for him to live for another 700 or 800 years. Lord Taoist Jinghe was more than 800 years old and was now in the peak of the middle stage. As long as he had a fated chance, he could advance to the late stage. Knowledgeable people could almost imagine how prosperous Xianqing school would be in the next several hundred years. On the other hand, although Tiandao sect had 7 nascent soul cultivators, 3 of them were nearing the end of their lives and would pass away within the next 200 or 300 years. Among the core formation cultivators, they couldn't compare to Xianqing school in terms of talent. Therefore, when Lord Taoist Xianin advanced into the nascent soul realm, Xianqing school sent invitations to many cultivation groups that were on good terms with them. The cultivation groups that received the invitations all pondered what kind of gifts they should send to befriend Xianqing school. Among them, the Grand Supreme Elders of Tiandao sect had mixed feelings. This indicated that the title of the number 1 cultivation group in the celestial pole would very likely change hands. Regardless of what other people thought, the nascent soul ceremony Xianqing school prepared for Lord Taoist Xianin was bustling with noise and excitement. Mo Tiange had a headache. Many guests came to Xianqing school for this nascent soul ceremony. Ordinary guests could be received by aura-refining disciples, but those guests with status and background had to be received by elite disciples like them. Because of this, Mo Tiange secretly cursed that senior martial brother Shoujing, who claimed to be in closed-door meditation. Why did he say that it didn't matter to him? But she had to put aside her cultivation and be busy everywhere. But in any case, this was Lord Taoist Jinghe's idea, so she had to obediently obey. Although she didn't show much respect to this master on the surface, there was a trace of respect in her heart. The reason she could have her current status and didn't make any mistakes on the path of cultivation was all thanks to this master. Fellow Taoists, welcome to Mount Taikong. I'm Mo Tiange, Lord Taoist Jinghe's disciple. I've been ordered to come and welcome you. This time, cultivators from medium-sized cultivation groups came to the mountain. Their cultivation levels weren't high nor low. Core formation cultivators were already received by their senior martial brothers and sisters with similar cultivation levels, so she received the disciples brought by these people. After all, with her identity, it wouldn't be considered rude even if she came alone. Sure enough, when these 7 or 8 foundation building cultivators heard her identity, they all looked surprised, but soon returned the greeting with envy in their eyes. One of them was very quick-witted and immediately said, I'm Wei Shida, a disciple of Mount Bailing. Greetings to Martial Uncle Mo. Mo Tiange hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother, you don't have to be so polite. Our cultivation levels are similar, so you can just call me Senior Martial Brother and Junior Martial Sister. How can I do that? The man smiled flatteringly. Martial Uncle is Lord Taoist Jinghe's disciple. This is too disrespectful to Lord Taoist Jinghe. Senior Martial Brother, you're too polite. Mo Tiange smiled, not showing the slightest bit of complacency. Xianqing school disciples call each other Martial Uncle because we're afraid it'll mess up the seniority. Senior Martial Brother isn't a Xianqing school disciple, so you don't have to do this. My cultivation levels are similar to yours, so we can just treat each other as peers. I see. The man was about to say something when a cold humph came from the crowd. Soon after, someone said in a strange tone, Senior Martial Brother Wei, why are you in such a hurry to make friends with them? Why don't you take a look at your own identity? You'll make people laugh their heads off if this gets out. Wei Shi's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He turned around and glared at one of the young men. Dong Dafeng, I won't lower myself to the same level as someone who doesn't understand manners like you. That young man sneered and said, Do you not lower yourself to the same level as me, or are you afraid of being laughed at by this junior martial sister from Xianqing school? You. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Mo Tiange hastily said, Senior martial brothers. No matter what, she was still the host, so the moment the two of them heard her calling out, they immediately stopped talking and turned around. Mo Tiange smiled and said, Senior martial brothers came to Xianqing school to congratulate us. So why don't you give martial uncle Xianin some face, and let this matter end here? What do you think? Since she mentioned Lord Daoist Xianin, the two of them had no choice but to stop bickering. They both cupped their hands towards her and said, Junior martial sister is right. Wei Shi probably saw that the young man called her junior martial sister so smoothly, so he also changed the way he addressed her, not wanting the young man to take advantage of him. Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief and said, Everyone just arrived at Mount Taikong, so you must be tired. How about I arrange for everyone to rest? These people naturally didn't have any objections. Soon after, the aura refining disciples led the way while she followed behind them and helped these cultivators settle in the guest residences. Just as she finished arranging everything and was about to leave, a cultivator followed her out of the small courtyard. Mo Tiange walked for a while before she suddenly stopped and shouted, Who's there? With the shuttle of flying Apsara and the white silk handkerchief in her hands, she sensed something was wrong and was ready to fight. Unexpectedly, she was stunned when she turned around. The cultivator behind her was also in the early stage of the foundation building realm. He was dressed in black clothes and had a very tall stature. He was more than a head taller than her. Junior Martial Brother Yi? That person said hesitantly. Are you Junior Martial Brother Yi? In just a moment, Mo Tiange regained her composure and smiled. Senior Martial Brother Lu, long time no see. This person was Louis Dao, one of the few acquaintances she had left in Yunwu sect. Upon hearing her answer, Louis Dao revealed a smile but stopped halfway. The corners of his eyes were half moist. Junior Martial Brother Yi, you're alive. You're really alive. This is great. His excitement was beyond Mo Tiange's expectations. Ever since she left Yunwu sect, she hadn't thought about the past for a long time. At that time, it could be said that she was fleeing for her life. She simply didn't dare to bid farewell to those people. Moreover, the people she cared about at that time either had families and clans like Morong Yen, or had foreseeable futures like Louis Dao, so she didn't need to worry about anything. Now that she saw Louis Dao had become a foundation-building cultivator and came to congratulate her on behalf of the sect, he must have been doing well. Mo Tiange was very happy, but she also felt calm because it was within her expectations. After a while, Louis Dao regained his composure. Junior Martial Brother Yi, please don't take offense. I ran into an old friend today and forgot myself. Senior Martial Brother Lu is happy for me. How could I take offense? Mo Tiange was happy to see Louis Dao's expression, but she also felt strange. Senior Martial Brother Lu, how did you see me? Louis Dao smiled and said, I was arranged to live there. He pointed at the guest house not far from them. When I saw you just now, I thought my eyes must have been playing tricks on me. How could there be two people who look so similar, but their clothes are completely different? They're too similar, so I couldn't help but come here to verify it. Fortunately, I came and asked. It really was you. Chapter 146. Mo Tiange was both surprised and happy to meet an old friend. Although she fled Mount Yunwu in a sorry state, she was now the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul cultivator in Xianqing School, the second largest cultivation group in the Celestial Pole. She didn't need to be afraid of Mount Yunwu's Jiang clan finding out, so she calmly admitted her identity. Sooner or later, she would personally deal with the Jiang clan. Now, through Louis Dao's mouth, she let the Jiang clan know she was still alive and well, so it wouldn't be bad to annoy them. The two of them hadn't seen each other for 12 years, After catching up for a while, Mo Tiange invited Louis Dao back to her residence. Louis Dao was surprised to see her living in Lord Daoist Jinghe's immortal's cave, and hearing the gatekeeper call her martial uncle. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior martial brother Yi, why do they call you martial uncle?" Mo Tiange smiled, but before she could answer, a maid answered. "Martial uncle Mo is Grandmaster Jinghe's advanced inner disciple, so we naturally have to call you martial uncle." As Mo Tiange's status improved, and she gained a firm foothold in Xianqing school, the maids also became obedient. Not only did they not dare to make things difficult for her, but they also tried to please her. Louis Dao was shocked to hear that. When he met this junior martial brother Yi at Xianqing school, he originally thought she was just lucky enough to join Xianqing school and successfully build her foundation. He didn't expect her to have such an identity. Mo Tiange waved her hand to dismiss Qingqi, who came to deliver tea, then invited Louis Dao to sit down. "Senior martial brother Lu, please sit." The two of them sat in the small hall. After drinking tea for a while, Louis Dao couldn't help but ask, "Junior martial brother Yi, what happened to you all these years? Not only did you advance to the middle stage of the foundation building realm, but you were also accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul senior?" Mo Tiange smiled. "I was just lucky." She paused for a moment and said, "In the past, everyone thought I only had 5 spiritual roots and happened to have the same strength. It was only after I came to Xianqing school that I realized it was a special kind of spiritual roots. Later, I was accepted as a registered disciple by Lord Daoist Jinghe and became an official disciple after I built my foundation." She only talked about her experiences in a few sentences, but Louis Dao actually sighed and said, "Back then, you suddenly disappeared. Later on, Branch Master Jiang said you were a traitor who killed Jiang Chengxian. I was shocked. After that, I never heard any news about you, so I thought you actually came to Xianqing school." As he spoke, he asked again, "By the way, junior martial brother Qin and junior martial brother Jiang both disappeared with you. Later on, the sect kept this a secret, and I couldn't find out any news. I've always guessed that they were related to this matter. Junior martial brother Yi, is it true?" Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment before she nodded. "Correct. Back then, I escaped from Mount Yunwu because Jiang Chengxian behaved inappropriately towards me. Senior martial brother Jiang saved me, so he was implicated." "Junior martial brother Jiang saved you?" Louis Dao was shocked once again. It was no wonder he reacted like this. At that time, Jiang Shanghang didn't even spare them a glance, yet he actually offended his own clan for the sake of saving her. It was truly inconceivable. In addition, the fact that she actually left Mount Yunwu in such a manner also made him endlessly shocked. Upon seeing Mo Tiange nod, he took a moment to digest this truth, then asked, "What about junior martial brother Qin?" Mo Tiange was silent. After a long time, she finally said, "Senior martial brother Lu, just take it that there's no such person in this world." Louis Dao was startled. "What do you mean? There's no such person in this world?" The corners of Mo Tiange's lips curled into a smile. She didn't want to explain too much. "Right. Why doesn't senior martial brother Lu seem too surprised about my authenticity?" Seeing that she changed the topic so quickly, Louis Dao naturally understood she didn't want to talk about it. He was a cultivator who came from the secular world, so he naturally had the ability to read people's thoughts and body language. Thus, he didn't bring it up again and answered with a smile. "Junior martial brother Yi indeed didn't have any flaws at that time, and other people also never suspected that you were a woman disguised as a man. However, people like us who've been with you day and night would still more or less notice some abnormalities." At that time, junior martial brother Su. When Su Jingji was mentioned, Louis Dao's expression dimmed for a moment, but he immediately smiled again. "Junior martial brother Su once secretly told me why he always felt junior martial brother Yi was a bit strange." Mo Tiange never expected the two of them would actually talk about this kind of thing in private. Even though the situation had changed, Mo Tiange still felt a bit curious. "Oh." Louis Dao shook his head and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, we both had the same feeling. It's just that we didn't think too much about it." "Really? How was I strange? For example, junior martial brother. You've always been unable to grow taller. Mo Tiange was stunned. She couldn't help but laugh. I can't do anything about that. Louis Dao nodded. At that time, junior martial brother Qin said junior martial brother Yi was a man with a woman's appearance, so there was nothing to be surprised about. We thought about it and agreed. You really looked like a woman. Now it's really like that, so I'm not very surprised. He actually said that. Mo Tiange muttered to herself. No wonder he didn't look surprised at that time. It turned out he already knew about it. In fact, that was true. Nothing could be hidden from him. Upon seeing her expression, Louis Dao hesitated for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't help but ask, Junior martial brother Yi, junior martial brother Qin he's very good. Mo Tiange smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. He's unimaginably good. He's better than you and me. These 3 words were spoken with great emphasis. The coldness in her smile disappeared in a flash, almost making Louis Dao think he was hallucinating. She immediately said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Senior martial brother Liu, I've been away from Mount Yunwu for so long. Can you tell me what happened after we parted? Louis Dao swallowed the questions in his heart and nodded. Of course. He thought for a moment then said, Let's start from when junior martial brother left Mount Yunwu. At that time, my current master thought highly of me and accepted me as an inner court disciple. I also obtained a foundation building pill. After my injuries were healed, I entered closed-door meditation for half a year. I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I really built my foundation. It was only after I finished building my foundation and came out of closed-door meditation that I learned about junior martial brothers. Junior martial brother Su unexpectedly died, and the 3 of you went missing at the same time. At that time, I lived with the 4 of you, but now, I'm the only one left. Louis Dao looked lonely. He was an individual cultivator, so he valued friendships more than cultivators from cultivation groups. When that accident happened that year, he was also worried for a long time. It was precisely because of this that he was so excited to see Mo Tiange was still alive. The sect didn't give any explanation for junior martial brother Jiang and junior martial brother Qin's disappearance. But you, junior martial brother Yi, were labeled as a traitor. They said you were greedy for money and killed junior martial brother Jiang Chengxian. I naturally didn't believe it, but since I couldn't find you, I could only give up. Now that I know the truth, I finally understand how shameless Jiang clan is. Fortunately, they learned their lesson. At this point, Mo Tiange was puzzled and asked, What lesson did they learn? Louis Dao said, I don't know which expert the 2 martial uncles of Jiang clan offended, but one night, Branch Master Jiang was seriously injured. The other martial uncle was also found, and was also seriously injured. From then on, Jiang clan declined. Later on, they had no choice but to relinquish the position of Branch Master. Seeing Mo Tiange's shocked expression as well as understanding, Louis Dao couldn't help but ask, Could it be that junior martial brother Yi knows who it was? I think I know. Mo Tiange quickly regained her composure. Senior martial brother Liu, how are you doing on Mount Yunwu now? Not bad. Louis Dao looked happy when she mentioned this matter. My master already advanced to the core formation realm, and Jiang clan no longer has the final say on Mount Yunwu. I'm doing very well. Judging from his expression, he indeed seemed to be doing very well. Mo Tiange also felt happy for him. The atmosphere between the 2 of them was finally filled with the joy of reuniting after a long time. Louis Dao took this opportunity to say, There's another good thing. Junior martial brother Yi will definitely be very happy to hear it. Oh, Louis Dao wanted to pretend to be mysterious, but with his burly appearance, acting like that was really funny. In the end, he couldn't help but say, Wuxia sect originally thought its strength would soar after it annexed Yunwu sect and Jindao school, and could become a great cultivation group. However, because of the foundation building pills incident, the 3 groups suffered disastrous losses. Not long after, their nascent soul grandmaster encountered an accident in his cultivation. Now the 3 groups' strength is greatly damaged. Not to mention becoming a great cultivation group, they can't even control us in Jindao school anymore. So you're saying that Yunwu sect and Jindao school have actually separated from Zixia sect? More or less. Louis Dao nodded. Zixia sect only dared to treat our two groups like this because they have a nascent soul cultivator as their backer. Right now, their nascent soul grandmaster is as good as dead, and their elite disciples have also suffered disastrous losses. How could they have the time to deal with us? Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you're not an outsider, so there's no harm in me saying some things. We've already joined hands with Jindao School. When the time comes, we'll deal with Zixia sect together. Flames of hatred emerged in Louis Dao's eyes. Back then, there were only 5 people in the house. He considered himself the eldest martial brother and took good care of everyone else. In the end, Su Jingji was killed while fighting over the foundation building pills. Louis Dao was also enraged. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, he naturally agreed. Senior Marshal Brother Liu, if I can't go to East Kunwu, you have to help me, Mo Tiange said coldly. I couldn't avenge Senior Marshal Brother Su back then, but I'll avenge him sooner or later. Correct. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Louis Dao couldn't help but say, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you look very beautiful now. Why did you disguise yourself as a man back then? Mo Tiange's skin had also become thicker. In addition, the person she was praising was Louis Dao, whom she had always regarded as her elder brother. She didn't look embarrassed at all and just said with a smile, back then, I didn't have a backer in Yunwu sect, and my aptitude wasn't good. I was worried that I'd be randomly arranged to perform dual cultivation, or even be taken as a concubine. Oh, so that's what happened. Louis Dao understood. It's no wonder you'd think that way. It's indeed very easy for a female cultivator without a backer or aptitude to be randomly arranged. It's even possible for them to be used as human furnaces. Speaking of this, Mo Tiange suddenly thought of something. Right, Senior Marshal Brother Liu. How are Senior Marshal Sister Morong and Senior Marshal Sister Wang? When she mentioned them, a trace of disappointment finally appeared on Louis Dao's face, but he soon smiled again. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about them. Junior Marshal Sister Morong has the full support of her clan. Although she didn't succeed in building her foundation the first time, she just built it not long ago. As for Junior Marshal Sister Wang and Junior Marshal Sister Shen, the former sect head of Zixia sect lost his power. His son had an accident, so Junior Marshal Sister Shen is already free, although Junior Marshal Sister Wang is still married to that person because she's always been very capable. She's now standing out in Zixia sect. This time, we cooperated with Junior Marshal Sister Wang and Junior Marshal Sister Shen. Oh, the two of them have also built their foundations. So that's what happened. This was better than she had imagined. Presumably, Wang Qianyi would also be able to leave the sea of suffering soon. Chapter 147. The Soul Formation Ceremony to celebrate Lord Daoist Xuannin's successful advancement to the nascent soul realm took several months to prepare. Mo Tiange was so busy that she even reduced her cultivation time to 6 hours a day. Not only her, but all the other elite disciples also did the same. The reason was that there were too many guests. Not only did the invited cultivation groups come, but even unknown cultivation groups in Eastern Kunwu, like Yunwu sect, also came to congratulate them. The more cultivation groups that came, the more conflicts there were. Some cultivation groups or cultivators that had grudges against each other met here. And it was really like when enemies saw each other, their eyes blazed with hatred. Just like when Mo Tiange received the 2 people she met that day. Quarreling was just a small matter, but there were also fights that developed. This made Xianqing school cultivators busy again. Fortunately, these people restrained themselves. They knew this was Xianqing school, so they didn't go too far. After several months of busyness, the soul formation ceremony finally began. On this day the sky was clear and the sun was bright. More than 5,000 Xianqing school disciples and several thousand guests, who came to congratulate them, all gathered in the square on the main peak of Mount Taikong. Mo Tiange stood among the elite disciples and looked at the many cultivators in front of the main hall. Advancing to the nascent soul realm was a matter of great importance. In addition, There were several thousand guests watching the ceremony, so it was related to the school's reputation. All of Xianqing School's nascent soul cultivators attended the ceremony. Even Lord Taoist Jinghe wore the school's Taoist robe in a well-behaved manner. Most of the core formation cultivators also attended the ceremony. Among these cultivators, Mo Tiange saw everyone she could think of except one person. There were also nascent soul and core formation cultivators. She was familiar with who came to congratulate her. This could be said to be the most spectacular gathering of high-level cultivators Mo Tiange had ever seen since she started cultivating. It wasn't until now that she truly felt how powerful Xianqing School was. This wasn't Mount Yunwu, where she used to stay. It was Xianqing School, the second cultivation group in the Celestial Pole, and possibly the first cultivation group in the future. These nascent soul and core formation cultivators were the top group of cultivators in the Celestial Pole. The square with several thousand people was completely silent. Lord Taoist Jinyang was the first to stand up. His gaze slowly swept over the disciples. Every Xianqing School disciple, and every low-level cultivator from other cultivation groups, who came to congratulate them felt his gaze on them. Honored guests and disciples, today is our Xianqing School's Lord Taoist Xuanin's soul formation ceremony to advance to the nascent soul realm. For this reason, I would like to express my gratitude to the guests who came from afar. Some of you traveled thousands of miles to come here, so on behalf of Xianqing School, I would like to express my gratitude. Furthermore, I would like to welcome everyone once again. Lord Taoist Jinyang nodded to the people around him and cupped his hands in greeting. With his status as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators and core formation cultivators wouldn't dare to accept his greeting, let alone Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. They all bowed in return. I won't waste any more words. The nascent soul formation ceremony will begin now. As soon as Lord Taoist Jinyang finished speaking, celestial music started to play. Lord Taoist Xianin, who was wearing a Qianquan Taoist robe and a pair of 8 trigrams shoes, passed through the crowd and slowly walked forward. Lord Taoist Xianin successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm. Although he was more than 400 years old, he could still be considered a young man. Now he looked a lot younger, and looked like he was in his early 30s. He also shaved his long beard, which didn't lose his dignity, but also gave people a feeling of youth and vigor. However, Mo Tiange was still a bit surprised. She never took a good look at this martial Uncle Xuanin's appearance. Now that she saw him, he could actually be considered handsome. Sure enough, cultivators were naturally beautiful when they were young. Lord Taoist Xianin walked to the front of the stage. Under Lord Taoist Jinyang's guidance, he first paid his respects to the 3 Pure One's patriarchs, then reported to the head Grand Supreme Elder, and accepted the title of Grand Supreme Elder conferred on him. Soon after, he paid his respects to his teacher, and knelt to receive his admonishment. My disciple, Xianin, you have a steady temperament, are intelligent, and are sensible. I'm very pleased that you've advanced to the nascent soul realm today. From now on, I hope you won't be arrogant or rash and achieve the great Tao. When he said that, Mo Tiange finally realized that Lord Taoist Jinghe never acted irresponsibly when it came to important matters. Now, in front of thousands of disciples, he was wearing a Qianquan Taoist robe and had a solemn expression, giving him the imposing manner of a great master. Lord Taoist Xianin knelt and kowtowed. This was also the last time he performed the formal master-disciple etiquette to Lord Taoist Jinghe. From now on, with his identity as a nascent soul cultivator, he didn't need to kneel and kowtow to anyone. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Xianin will never forget Master's hundreds of years of teaching. Lord Taoist Jinghe showed a gratified expression. You've already stepped into the great Tao. From now on, you'll set up your own school. You don't need to call me Master. You only need to keep our master-disciple relationship in your heart. Yes, disciple will obey Master's order. Then Lord Taoist Jinyang said, Thank you, Master is done. Please rise. Lord Taoist Xianin stood up and stood at the end of the school's nascent soul cultivators, according to Lord Taoist Jinyang's instruction, signaling the end of the ceremony. The whole process took less than an hour. At that moment, Lord Taoist Jinyang issued an order for the disciples to withdraw, and the guests to take their seats. Although cultivators like them didn't need to eat mortal food, the most important part of entertaining guests was still the banquet. Thousands of jade tables were placed up and down the main peak of Xianqing School. The guests were invited to take their seats, and were accompanied by Xianqing School disciples. Mo Tiange also received this task. She was in charge of entertaining female guests. Female guests were treated more favorably than male guests, so they were all arranged indoors. This was Mo Tiange's first time gathering with so many female cultivators, so she couldn't help but feel dizzy. There was no other reason. The fragrance was too strong. The female cultivators who could come to Xianqing School to congratulate them all had a certain status in the school. Each of them considered themselves as fairies. As fairies, their every movement naturally carried a strange fragrance. If it was only one, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this layer of women mixed with all kinds of fragrances. Mo Tiange almost fainted from the smell. In the end, she simply sealed her nose with spiritual aura and pretended she couldn't smell anything. However, this time really broadened her horizons. It turned out female cultivators in the cultivation world were like this. In the beginning, she disguised herself as a man in Yunwu sect. Later, when she came to Xianqing School, although she was with Luo Fengxue and other female cultivators, Xianqing School was a Dao school. Most of the female cultivators also dressed in Taoist robes. The few people she was close to all wore plain clothes. For such a big event, the other 6 great cultivation groups naturally all came. 3 female cultivators from Tiandao sect came, but they all wore 3 different kinds of clothes. One was dressed like a fairy floating in the air. One was dressed like a witch whose important parts were wrapped in black cloth, revealing a large part of her snow-white skin. And one was dressed like a standard sect uniform with light purple and white borders. It was said that Tiandao sect's disciples were a mix of good and bad people, and came from all kinds of backgrounds. Judging from their clothes, it was indeed true. Then came Gujian sect's disciples. Gujian sect was a sect of sword cultivators, so their disciples had to be plain. They all wore green and white clothes and carried long swords. Because of the conflict she had with Gujian sect's cultivators before, Mo Tiange didn't have a good impression of Gujian sect. Therefore, these female cultivators from Gujian sect were entertained by other disciples. Then came Zhengfa sect. Although Zhengfa sect's main branch wasn't in Kunwu, it was a dominant sect in the north, so its power couldn't be underestimated. Just like Xianqing School, Zhengfa sect was also a Dao school. Their female disciples also wore blue and white Taoist robes and looked plain. However, the blue color of their Taoist robes was a kind of blue-green. Xianqing School's Taoist robes were mostly white with light blue embellishments, but they wore blue-green robes with white coats on the outside. Biyun sect's female disciples had a different kind of elegance. Biyun sect was a very peculiar cultivation group. First of all, it recruited the most female disciples. Second, its disciples were all very beautiful regardless of whether they were male or female. Finally, their dual cultivation technique was very famous. Biyun sect's uniform was white clothes. When these female disciples wore them, they looked as elegant as fairies, clear and beautiful. There were also Lingshou sect's female disciples. Their uniform was yellow. Although they weren't as elegant as Biyun sect's female disciples, they were more beautiful and adorable. The hem of their clothes was embroidered with a qilin, which was said to be the mount of Lingshou sect's founding grandmaster. As for Danding School, because it was seriously injured, it only had one female disciple. She sat silently on the side, and her clothes were also ordinary. Apart from them, the female disciples of the other slightly inferior small cultivation groups all had different styles. Most of them didn't wear their sect's uniform. Most of them were dressed in enchanting and beautiful clothes. Mo Tiange guessed that it was precisely because their cultivation groups weren't as good as the 7 great cultivation groups that they cared more about beauty. In contrast, most of the disciples of the 7 great cultivation groups wore their sect's uniform. In terms of beauty and temperament, they weren't inferior at all. What satisfied Mo Tiange was that although her appearance wasn't bad, It wasn't too outstanding among such a large group of female cultivators, which was exactly what Mo Tiange wanted. As a woman, there were very few who didn't want to be beautiful, but she always knew that as a female cultivator, it was best if her appearance wasn't too bad. If she had a little bit of beauty, people would generally treat her kindly, but she also didn't pose a threat. Male cultivators wouldn't have thoughts of forcibly occupying her, and female cultivators also wouldn't feel jealous. There were too many beauties in the cultivation world. If her appearance wasn't amazing, she would most likely be classified as ugly. If she stood among a group of beauties and still looked very beautiful, she would become the target of many high-level cultivators. Therefore, it was best to be just right. At this moment, the fairies had already been invited to take their seats. These fairies naturally wouldn't talk loudly like male cultivators. Instead, the whole side hall was filled with the soft and gentle sounds of birds talking. However, the content of their conversations was a little discordant. The people in Mo Tiange's vicinity were all female cultivators from medium-sized cultivation groups. A haughty-looking woman cast a sidelong glance at the opposite side, then said to a fellow disciple sitting next to her, "Junior martial sister, why do some people have no self-awareness? The people who came to congratulate us are all elite disciples from various cultivation groups. How could some people with ordinary aptitudes who advanced to the foundation-building realm, only because they were blessed by their ancestors, actually have the guts to participate in the soul formation ceremony? If word of this got out, it would really make people laugh to death." The female cultivator sitting next to her nodded obediently. The woman sitting across from her sneered and said, "Speaking of which, some people's sights are stuck on what happened 800 years ago. They think their aptitudes are a bit better, and they reincarnated into a good family, so they always feel like they're high and mighty. They don't even realize they've been overtaken and left behind, and they're still looking at things with their old eyes." "You," the haughty-looking woman's face twisted. Obviously, she'd been spoiled since she was a child. She could mock people, but her self-restraint wasn't very good. The woman who also ridiculed her laughed, and even gave her a flirtatious look. "Senior martial sister Yuan, don't you think so?" The haughty woman received her flirtatious look and angrily slammed the table. "Hiruxuan, you shameless fox." The woman called Hiruxuan was indeed a bit beautiful. More importantly, her figure was extremely charming. Although this haughty woman called Senior Martial Sister Yuan could also be considered beautiful, she lost this aspect of her charm. Hiruxuan wasn't angry when she heard what the woman said. Instead, she deliberately giggled and said, "Senior Martial Sister Yuan, are you still angry with me? I already told you. It's Senior Martial Brother Zheng who likes me. I don't have that kind of intention. Why are you angry with me?" On the surface, she was explaining, but she was secretly mocking her. This Senior Martial Sister Yuan was so angry that her whole body trembled. She said angrily, "Hiruxuan, do you really think you're something good? You're nothing but trash who sleeps in one bed, and then sleeps in another. You don't even know how many men you've slept with." This sentence greatly broadened Mo Tiange's horizons. As it turned out, these ethereal fairies also knew how to say this kind of vulgar quarrel between women in the secular world. They weren't any different from those male cultivators. Upon hearing what she said, Hiruxuan's expression finally changed a little. However, her anger only lasted for a moment before she quickly concealed it. She once again giggled and said, "Look at what Senior Martial Sister Yuan said. If you want to sleep with someone, you have to sleep with someone else first. You're not like some people who strip naked and lie on someone else's bed, only to be thrown off. As a woman, it's really too shameful." Her raised eyebrows were clearly directed at that Senior Martial Sister Yuan. It was obvious who she was talking about. Sure enough, Senior Martial Sister Yuan's face flushed. This was obviously her secret. She never thought she'd talk about it in front of so many people. So she immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, Senior Martial Sister Yuan knows very well, don't you?" Hiruxuan covered her mouth and smiled. She then lowered her head and drank her wine in a gentle and elegant manner. Senior Martial Sister Yuan stood up angrily and made a fighting stance. Seeing that the situation was far from good, Mo Tienga immediately stopped watching the show and stood up. Senior Marshal Sister, please forgive me for not being a good host. It's none of your business. Before Mo Tienga could finish, that Senior Marshal Sister Yuan angrily interrupted her. I want to settle accounts with this shameless foxy woman. Before Mo Tienga could say anything, He Rushuan already cut in. Senior Marshal Sister Yuan, we're at Xianqing School. The master of this Senior Marshal Sister talking to you is Lord Taoist Jingha. He's a dignified middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, unlike Marshal Uncle Yuan, who's only in the early stage of the core formation realm. On the surface, she was talking about Mo Tienga, but she was secretly pointing out Senior Marshal Sister Yuan's identity, causing Senior Marshal Sister Yuan to suffer a loss in silence. However, she also pointed out that Mo Tienga's identity was different from the others. She wasn't a small disciple without any background, like the one she used to show off in the school. This Senior Marshal Sister Yuan still had a bit of rationality left. She immediately snorted angrily and sat down. A victorious smile appeared on He Rushuan's face. Mo Tienga saw this and smiled at that Senior Marshal Sister Yuan. It's good that Senior Marshal Sister can understand. I apologize for not being a good host. Fortunately, this Senior Marshal Sister Yuan wasn't an idiot. After He Rushuan pointed out her identity, she knew she couldn't afford to offend Mo Tienga. Even though she still couldn't put down her pride, she still stood up and saluted Mo Tienga. I was too presumptuous. Please forgive me, Senior Marshal Sister. Mo Tienga smiled and brushed this matter aside. It's just a trivial matter. No need to take it to heart. Now that peace had been restored, Mo Tienga secretly gave He Rushuan a meaningful glance. She could see that this Senior Marshal Sister Yuan had a simple and arrogant personality. If it wasn't because of He Rushuan's provocation, she wouldn't have lost her composure like this. Fortunately, He Rushuan was a smart person. Upon seeing Mo Tienga's meaningful glance, she returned a smile, allowing Mo Tienga to heave a sigh of relief. Now that the matter on this side was over, Mo Tienga's sharp ears picked up another incident at the table. Two female cultivators were comparing beauty and mocking each other's attire. One of them said, "Big Sister Zhen, your clothes today aren't bad. Unfortunately, they're too white. They're so white that they look like they're attending a funeral." The other one retorted sarcastically, "Little Sister Wan, your clothes are also very beautiful, but they're too red. They're so red that other people would think you're holding a dual cultivation ceremony if they saw you. Aya, Big Sister Zhen is too polite. Your hairpin is pretty good, but it's yellow like there's a banana stuck in it. How can it compare to Little Sister Wan's white jade double phoenix hairpins? From afar, it looks like there's a white radish on top of your head." Some people whose cultivation wasn't high enough burst out laughing. However, the two women glared at them angrily. "What are you laughing at? You're rude." Fortunately, the one who laughed thought this show was very amusing, so she didn't mind. She just waved her hand and buried her head in her laughter. The two women continued to flatter each other. "Big Sister Zhen, when did you change your bracelet? I thought you'd wear a bracelet until you died." "That's because Little Sister One rarely pays attention to it. A good bracelet can naturally be matched with many clothes. It's just a matter of trying something new once in a while. Unlike Little Sister, one who changes her bracelet every day. Unfortunately, they're all secular goods. They can't even be considered spirit tools. Although secular goods are cheap, you have to spend a lot of effort to find them. This is the cultivation world. There are too many spirit tools and the like here. They're crudely made and aren't much better than secular goods. The workmanship isn't exquisite, so they can't be matched with clothes at all." "Ah, Big Sister Zhen, your clothes are made of cloud brocade, right? That's rare. Unfortunately, it seems like cloud brocade can't be made into magic tools. The quality is a bit lacking. If I didn't look carefully, I would have thought it was made of fish belly. How could it compare to Little Sister Wan's pearl ornaments? I don't know which year they're from, but they don't have any spiritual aura at all. They're dull and don't even have a bright color. They look like fish scales." "I say, Little Sister, if you lack pearls, you can just come to Big Sister. Our family happens to have a lake that produces good pearls with spiritual aura. They can be made into spirit tools or magic tools. Mo Tiange glanced at the steamed fish on the table and lost her appetite. How could I dare to trouble Big Sister? Although our family isn't as big as Big Sister Zhen's, no matter where you go, our family has a branch. If Big Sister Zhen wants some new goods, you can just call us. There's no need to be polite. At this point their gazes met, sparks flying everywhere. Our family doesn't have anything. Why would we need little sister want to worry about us like this? Big Sister Zhen hasn't changed her clothes much in a year, and they're all the same colors and styles from several years ago. Little sister naturally has to be more careful when you see them. The two of them moved closer and closer, their gazes filled with ruthlessness. The two female cultivators were both aura refining disciples, so they were also served by ordinary female disciples. That female disciple was still a little girl, so when she saw that the two of them had no one else in their eyes, she trembled and didn't dare to step forward to persuade them. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange stood up, walked to the side of the little girl from Xianqing school, and gently put down her wine cup. Upon noticing her arrival, the two female cultivators finally stopped throwing daggers at each other and turned their gazes towards her. Upon seeing that she was a foundation-building cultivator, they promptly smiled and said, "Martial uncle." Mo Tiange raised her hand, stopping the two of them from saluting her. She then said with a smile, "Mrs., please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Allow me to offer you a toast." How could they dare to refuse a toast from a foundation-building cultivator? They immediately stood up and drank. Mo Tiange smiled and patted the shoulder of the little girl standing next to her, hinting for her to sit down. She said, "This little grand disciple of mine doesn't really know how to talk, so I hope Mrs. can forgive her and help greet others. Thank you in advance." After downing her cup, Mo Tiange gave them a final nod, then turned around and walked back. The little girl behind her said in a low voice, "Thank you, Grandmaster." Upon hearing the title Grandmaster, the two women revealed hesitant expressions. In the end, they whispered to the little girl and asked her about her identity. They no longer mocked and ridiculed each other. Mo Tiange returned to her seat and rubbed her neck tiredly. These so-called fairies weren't much different from mortal women. Getting along with them was really tiring. Chapter 148. Before Mo Tiange could finish twisting her neck, Lord Taoist Jinghe's maid, Mingxia, came to deliver a message. "Martial Uncle Mo, Grandmaster invites you to the main hall." Once he said that, Mo Tiange immediately had a bad premonition. Although her cheap master wouldn't make any mistakes when it came to important matters, now that the announcement was over, her master would most likely revert to his old, frivolous temperament. Mo Tiange refused without thinking. "I can't let go of the matters here for the time being. Help me tell master that I'll go there when I have time." Mingxia replied with an expression that said Grandmaster was right. Grandmaster said that if he can't let go of the matters here for the time being, I'll stay here to replace Martial Uncle until he comes back. Mo Tiange was speechless. That being the case, I'll go. After leaving the side chamber where the female cultivators resided, Mo Tiange tidied up her appearance, then walked towards the main hall. Before she reached the main hall, she could already hear the loud laughter of the nascent soul ancestors. Although she didn't know what they were laughing about, Mo Tiange could still distinguish from their laughter whether it was complacency, agreement, reluctance, and so on. When Mo Tiange arrived at the entrance of the main hall, she was locked in the line of sight of the nascent soul ancestors and several nascent soul cultivators from other cultivation groups who came to congratulate her. Fortunately, her soul refining art was already somewhat successful, so Mo Tiange could still maintain her composure under the spiritual aura pressure of many nascent soul cultivators. She walked steadily to the middle of the main hall and said, "Greetings to Master, greetings to seniors." Lord Taoist Jinghe was obviously very satisfied with her performance. He waved his hand and said in an unprecedentedly kind voice, "Tiange, come here, come here." Mo Tiange obediently walked to Lord Taoist Jinghe's side and immediately heard a woman's voice, which sounded like an oriole coming out of the valley giggling. "Brother Taoist Jinghe, this disciple of yours is only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. but she's quite graceful in front of us nascent soul cultivators. If we Xian Su were only in the foundation building realm, we wouldn't be able to do this. Mo Tiange listened to the overt praise, but covert criticism, and instantly understood why her master called her over. The female cultivators in the side hall were showing off their aptitudes, luck, clothes, and spiritual weapons. In his eyes, they were no different from the women in the secular world. The nascent soul cultivators in the main hall couldn't get rid of the habits brought over by the secular world. They were all nascent soul cultivators, so they couldn't show off their aptitudes and magic tools, so they could only show off their disciples. Sure enough, they heard a bald nascent soul male cultivator say with a smile, with Ma Xianin and Qin Shoujing supporting Brother Jinghe, Brother Jinghe can naturally accept disciples much more freely than us. Mo Tiange listened to the nascent soul cultivators from other cultivation groups ridiculing her one after another, but she couldn't refute any of their words. She really felt angry, so she rolled her eyes at her master in a place where no one could see her. Lord Taoist Jinghe finally felt happy when he saw his little disciple's unhappy gaze. He put on a nonchalant smile and said, I wonder which clan's disciple dares to challenge a 5th-ranked demonic beast alone, when he's only in the early stage of the foundation building realm. The main hall was silent for a while. The female cultivator from before said, But I heard it was your first disciple Xianin, who just advanced to the nascent soul realm, who killed that 5th-ranked demonic beast. Then tell me whose disciple can escape unscathed from under the nose of a 5th-ranked demonic beast alone, when she's only in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Once he said that, sure enough, no one said anything else. Lord Taoist Jinghe shook his head and sighed. Although my Shi'er is talented and has a high perception, his spiritual roots aren't outstanding. Accepting a disciple with good spiritual roots has always been my lifelong wish. Mo Tiange immediately sensed the nascent soul cultivator's spiritual senses probing her body. She stealthily peeked at them, and immediately saw several nascent soul cultivators looking doubtful, while the others didn't seem to care. Lord Taoist Jinghe sighed and said, I myself have a single spiritual root. Although I'm in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm now, I don't think a single spiritual root can really help me communicate with the great Tao. Accepting Tiange as my disciple can actually solve the doubts in my heart. After all the cultivators with great divine power in the Middle Ages respected spiritual roots of the origin as the best. What's more gratifying is that my disciple's temperament, bearing, perception, and Tao heart are all excellent. When the time comes, she should be able to achieve the great Tao one step earlier than your beloved disciples. After he finished speaking, his smiling expression turned into a complacent laugh. Mo Tiange stood on the side, watching her master's undisguised complacency. She was sweating profusely in her heart. If he didn't say the last sentence, people might have mistaken him as a matchmaker. At that moment, a black-clothed male cultivator sitting near the door of the main hall said coldly, Even if she really has excellent spiritual roots of the origin from the distant past era, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Brother Taoist Jinghe to fulfill his wish without the art of the origin. Lord Taoist Jinghe waved his sleeve disapprovingly. Your Tiandao sect doesn't have it, but it doesn't mean our Xianqing school doesn't have it. Ever since our Xianqing school was founded, we've had countless extraordinary people. A mere art of the origin isn't a big deal, but a spiritual root of the origin that's hard to come by in several thousand years is something that can only be encountered by chance. At this point, Mo Tiange was already standing on the side with her eyes slightly lowered, pretending to be dead. She didn't feel indignant at all when her master called the art of the origin a mere art of the origin. In any case, this master of hers was very thick-skinned. The nascent soul cultivators from other cultivation groups really didn't have any reaction. However, Lord Taoist Jinyang, who fought with Lord Taoist Jinghe a few days ago, and had his face covered in dirt, snorted fiercely. However, the nascent soul cultivators from other cultivation groups sitting in the main hall all looked uneasy. Every cultivation group came to congratulate Lord Taoist Xianin of Xianqing School for advancing to the nascent soul realm. On one hand, they wanted to get along well with him in the future. On the other hand, They more or less wanted to inquire about Xianqing School's strength. But now they actually came knocking on their door, and were choked by a middle-stage foundation-building disciple. Everyone's gazes towards Mo Tiange became much colder. However, with Lord Taoist Jinghe's protective and bloodthirsty temperament, he couldn't really do anything to Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange felt the temperature in the main hall drop. Soon afterward, she heard Martial Uncle Miaoi's gentle female voice saying with a chuckle, "From the foundation-building realm to the core formation realm to the nascent soul realm, and then to the deification realm, only then can one be considered to have truly obtained the Great Tao. Even everyone present feels that the Great Tao is mysterious. Tiange's path is still long." Once she said that, the atmosphere in the main hall immediately eased up a lot. Lord Taoist Jinghe had enough of being complacent. Now that Lord Taoist Miaoi had helped him smooth things over, he felt quite satisfied. Thus, he simply closed his eyes and enjoyed the maids next to him massaging his shoulders and back. Right at that moment, Mingxia slipped in from the side door. She nervously reported to Mo Tiange in a soft voice, "Martial Uncle Mo, several senior martial sisters are fighting in the side hall." Mo Tiange frowned. "They were fine when I left. What's going on?" She then raised her eyes to look at Lord Taoist Jinghe. Lord Taoist Jinghe was obviously done showing off. He raised his hand and said indifferently, "This kind of thing is bound to happen in every big banquet. You just need to handle it properly." Although the matter in the side hall was also troublesome, it was still better than standing in the main hall and becoming a target for the nascent soul cultivators. Mo Tiange hastily cupped her hands and bowed. "Master, disciple will take her leave." She then turned around and slipped out of the main hall's side door. Lord Taoist Jinghe, who just finished showing off, was obviously in a good mood, so he only smiled at Mo Tiange's obvious escape. Mo Tiange rushed all the way from the main hall. When she rushed to the side hall, she thought she would see a mess. In the end, the female cultivators in the side hall were obviously better at handling this kind of situation than she was. In the hall, 2 female cultivators from Zhengfa sect and a female cultivator from an unknown cultivation group were fighting. The battlefield of the 3 female cultivators was surrounded by other people. Before, the distance between each jade table was the same, but now the distance between them was obviously widened. As for the other jade tables, the people sitting on them had already activated all kinds of protective measures. The 4 Xianqing School female disciples in charge of this side hall were huddled together anxiously in a corner. When they saw Mo Tiange coming in, they immediately rushed towards her. "Grandmaster Mo! Grandmaster Mo! What should we do?" Mo Tiange rubbed the space between her eyebrows. "First, tell me how they started fighting." The female disciple who received Mo Tiange's attention before hastily answered in a soft voice. At first, the 2 martial uncles from Zhengfa sect only had a small verbal conflict. In the end, one of the martial uncles from Zhengfa sect picked up some food and gave it to the other martial uncle, saying that the food was very nutritious, but the other martial uncle didn't want to accept it. The 2 of them pushed it back and forth, but due to a moment of carelessness, the food overturned and stained the martial uncle's robe. "I don't know which cultivation group that martial uncle is from. She looks delicate, but her temper is extremely fiery." Without even opening her mouth, she directly attacked and sent the martial uncle from Zhengfa sect flying with a palm strike. The female guests in this side hall were all ordinary foundation-building female cultivators, and the people sitting with them were also ordinary disciples. She was the only one with the highest status, so she wasn't afraid of offending anyone. However, no matter what, Mingxia was a nascent soul cultivator's personal maid. How could she possibly not be able to handle this kind of matter? She clearly didn't want to take the lead. However, Mo Tiange also didn't feel like investigating what Mingxia was thinking. In any case, it was enough as long as these maids didn't dare to disrespect her. Mo Tiange looked at the battlefield. One of the 2 female cultivators from Zhengfa sect was in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, while the other was in the early stage of the foundation building realm. As for the other female cultivator, she couldn't tell which cultivation group she belonged to. She was already in the late stage of the foundation building realm. Although the two female cultivators from Zhengfa sect were fighting 2 against 1, their techniques were immature. On the other hand, the female cultivator from Zhengfa sect was killing with every move she made. She had actually been suppressing the two female cultivators from Zhengfa sect until they were at a disadvantage. Emotinga couldn't help but frown. Before she could figure out how to mediate the situation, she heard the early-stage foundation-building female cultivator from Zhengfa sect scream. She was already injured. Emotinga hastily summoned the white silk handkerchief to block the unknown female cultivator's next attack. She then shielded the two female cultivators from Zhengfa sect behind her, restrained her temper, and said with a chuckle, "Senior martial sister, I don't know which sect you're from, but your skills in Dao are obvious to all." Although the two senior martial sisters from Zhengfa sect slightly offended you, they were still injured by you. How about you give me some face and let this matter go? The female cultivator sneered coldly. Who are you? Emotinga's expression was indifferent. I'm Emotinga from Xinqing School. The female cultivator smiled again. The female cultivator smiled again. Who's your master? Emotinga answered with a heavy tone. I'm fortunate to be a disciple of my school's Lord Taoist Jinghe. May I know what advice senior martial sister has for me? A strange expression appeared on the female cultivator's face when she heard what Emotinga said. Right at that moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from outside the hall. When the female cultivator heard it, she unexpectedly pounced on Emotinga while laughing loudly. Since you're old Taoist Jinghe's disciple, I might as well send you on your way. Chapter 149. Emotinga was startled, but she didn't have time to think. She retracted the white silk handkerchief and released it, blocking the female cultivator's fierce claw. This female cultivator's fighting method was different from the ones she'd seen before. She didn't simply use magic. She was like a martial artist from the secular world. Her hands were covered in gloves with sharp claws, and her attacks were like those of a demonic beast. When she wandered around Kunwu with her second uncle, Emotinga had seen 1 or 2 cultivators like this. This kind of cultivator was generally called a martial cultivator. The fighting method of martial cultivators was a combination of martial skills, similar to sword cultivators, but it relied more on the body and skills. However, martial cultivators were a side path in the cultivation world. There might not be 1 or 2 martial cultivators among 1,000 people. This female cultivator's methods weren't weak. Judging from her words, she also had a master, but Emotinga didn't know whose master she was. In addition, this was Xinqing School. Why did this female cultivator want to kill her? Just because she heard she was Lord Taoist Jinghe's disciple? Not to mention several nascent soul cultivators. But even if a core formation cultivator passed by here, killing her would be as easy as raising their hands. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Emotinga once again put away the white silk handkerchief. She frowned and said coldly, "Senior martial sister, what do you mean?" The female cultivator smiled coldly but didn't answer. She still looked like she didn't want to talk to Emotinga, but she was actually nervous because her claw just now wasn't merciful at all. However, when Emotinga summoned the white silk handkerchief, it seemed she didn't use all her strength, yet she easily blocked it. She was in the late stage of the foundation-building realm, and had always been arrogant. She believed that even if she didn't have the power to fight against an early-stage core formation cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult for her to escape unscathed. However, her claw was easily blocked by a middle-stage foundation-building junior. While she was nervous, she was also angry. Once she stopped, she immediately swung her claw again. Emotinga instantly retreated. She didn't plan to meet force with force. She was a traditional cultivator who mainly cultivated magic. When fighting against martial cultivators, it was best not to let the opponent get close to her. However, there were people everywhere in this side hall, so it was difficult for her to hide for a while. Thus, she simply stepped on the white silk handkerchief and fought closely with this female cultivator. Emotinga also learned how to use the qinggong of the secular world, which helped her a lot when she was in the aura refining stage. In addition, the white silk handkerchief was extremely nimble, So even though she was in close combat with this female cultivator, she was still able to move with ease and wasn't hit by her at all. In the blink of an eye, their figures changed several times. Most of the foundation-building female cultivators in the side hall couldn't even see their figures clearly, let alone the aura-refining female cultivators. Their faces even turned pale from the spiritual aura pressure emitted by the two of them. Completely at a loss as to what to do, Emotienga seized a gap, and threw the shuttle of flying Apsara to entangle the female cultivator. She shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go and report to the core formation Grandmaster." Only then did the other female cultivators come to their senses and wanted to leave the hall in a hubbub. The female cultivator she was fighting suddenly retreated after blocking the shuttle of flying Apsara. She smiled gloomily and said, "You want to call a core formation cultivator to deal with me? Humph. I won't fight with you. Just wait and see." After saying that, he quickly retreated. In a flash, he was out of the side hall's door. Emotienga didn't immediately chase after them. Instead, she turned around and said, "All of you stay here. Don't go out." The female aura-refining disciples nodded repeatedly, since the two of them were fighting, and the spiritual aura pressure was already astonishing. How could they dare to go out? They could only watch as Emotienga followed the female cultivator out of the side hall. Emotienga noticed that the change in the female cultivator's attitude was caused by a whistling sound. The sound was very short and wasn't heavy. Presumably, cultivators under the foundation-building realm shouldn't have heard it. However, because of the soul-refining art, Emotienga was very sensitive to spiritual aura fluctuations. Not only did she hear the sound, but she also sensed a peculiar spiritual aura pressure that was somewhat restrained. Emotienga followed behind the female cultivator at a moderate distance. Sure enough, she saw that the female cultivator was heading towards the place where the spiritual aura pressure came from. Emotienga was suspicious. This direction was indeed the direction where the nascent soul cultivators were. Qingjingha. All of a sudden, she heard a loud shout. Emotienga's mind trembled and her blood and aura surged. She couldn't control herself and fell from the white silk handkerchief. She suddenly looked up and saw a surging black cloud above the main hall, where the nascent soul cultivators were located. A ferocious human head could be faintly seen on the black cloud. The female cultivator Emotienga was chasing didn't feel this spiritual aura pressure at all. She turned around and smiled charmingly at Emotienga, before disappearing in a flash. Emotienga's expression changed. She didn't have time to study what kind of technique the female cultivator used to disappear, because she felt this spiritual aura pressure definitely belonged to a cultivator above the nascent soul realm. After this loud shout, all the nascent soul cultivators in the main hall came out. Xianqing School now had a total of 6 nascent soul cultivators. In addition to the dozen or so nascent soul guests who came to congratulate them, there were more than 20 nascent soul cultivators in total. Emotienga swept her gaze over them and felt relieved. With so many nascent soul cultivators, no matter how powerful the other party was, she would still be safe. She also felt strange. Not to mention there were so many nascent soul cultivators here. This was Mount Taikong. Xianqing School's great mountain protecting formation wasn't just for show. Yet this person actually had the guts to break in? Moreover, judging from his momentum, he might even be a devil cultivator. Emotienga really didn't know how her cheap master offended such a person. When the nascent soul cultivators saw the black cloud, they either looked gloomy or puzzled. "This is Master Song Feng," someone whispered to himself. The expressions of the puzzled nascent soul cultivators changed instantly. The bald cultivator said in surprise, "Turns out he's still alive." Among this group of people, only Lord Taoist Jinyang and Lord Taoist Jinghe looked calm. At that moment, Lord Taoist Jinghe flew up and said heavily, "Song Feng, today is my disciple's nascent soul ceremony. If you want to take revenge, do it another day." A sneer came from the black cloud, and the ferocious ghost's face twisted a bit. "What? Qin Jinghe also has times where he shows weakness? Your disciple's nascent soul ceremony is really a good day. If my disciple was still alive, he'd probably be able to form his nascent soul now." Lord Taoist Jinghe also sneered. Old Songfeng, I'm giving you face. This is Xianqing School's Mount Taikong, and there are so many nascent soul cultivators here. Even if you're a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, you still have no chance of winning if we fight. Right after he finished speaking, a burst of strange laughter came from the black cloud. When the laughter stopped, the face on the cloud revealed a fierce expression. Qin Jinghe, aren't you afraid of nothing? Do you want to bring so many people to deal with me? Lord Taoist Jinghe's expression was calm, but he wasn't irritated. Do you think I, Qin Jinghe, am that kind of person who only has hands but no brains? At our age, do you still want to fight for this little bit of face? I admit I can't beat you, but since that's the case, why do I still want to throw away my life? Good. The black cloud laughed. Qin Jinghe, I underestimated you. But today, even if all of you are here, I still want to play. Once he said that, the momentum of the black cloud suddenly became stronger, and the early-stage nascent soul cultivators below also felt suffocated. At that moment, the spiritual aura inside Emotinga's body was surging, and she couldn't control it for a moment, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. She looked around. She was at a corner, so no one could see her. So she immediately summoned the white silk handkerchief and hid the light of opening the virtual sky world by borrowing the spiritual aura turbulence of the magic weapon. Several breaths later, she entered the virtual sky world. Once she entered the virtual sky world, she swallowed a green pendant pill. After adjusting her breath for a while, she pointed at the space between her eyebrows, causing the bead to appear. She then cast an art on the bead, causing the sky of the virtual sky world to be torn open, allowing her to see the scene outside. During this time, Lord Taoist Xunyang had already stepped forward. He flew to Lord Taoist Jinghe's side and shouted, "Brother Songfeng, if my junior martial brother has offended you in any way, please forgive him for the time being for my sake. Today is the soul formation ceremony for our Xianqing School's new nascent soul cultivators. If there's anything, let's talk about it another day, okay?" The face on the black cloud opened its mouth and laughed. Then its voice became a bit gentler. "Brother Xunyang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Your Tao is even more exquisite now." Lord Taoist Xunyang also smiled and cupped his hands. "You're too polite. Brother Songfeng hasn't shown up for hundreds of years, so we old guys really miss you." "Really? Then I'll pay you a visit another day." Upon hearing this, Lord Taoist Xunyang thought Master Songfeng accepted his proposal, so he immediately said, "In that case, thank you for your kindness, Brother Songfeng." "Don't thank me first." Master Songfeng snorted coldly and changed his tone. He said coldly, "Brother Taoist Xunyang, let's leave tomorrow's matters to tomorrow. Today, I'm here for Qin Jinghe, so you don't need to pretend to be friends with me." Master Songfeng spoke rudely. He actually regarded Lord Taoist Xunyang, a dignified late-stage nascent soul cultivator, as a junior. Lord Taoist Xunyang's smiling face suddenly turned purple. He was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and the first seat Grand Supreme Elder of the number 2 cultivation group in the Celestial Pole. When had anyone ever spoken to him like this? He said with a cold expression, "Brother Songfeng, if you don't give me face, I can't do anything about it. However, today is a good day for Xianqing School, and Your Excellency came to look for my junior martial brother's fault. As his senior martial brother, I can't just stand by and watch. If Your Excellency has something to say, just say it." The meaning of this sentence was obviously a threat. If Master Songfeng didn't take a step back, Lord Taoist Xunyang and Lord Taoist Jinghe would besiege him together. "Ha ha ha." The black cloud laughed. "Su Xunyang, although you and I are both late-stage nascent soul cultivators, I'll be honest. Your cultivation level isn't inferior to mine, but you're definitely inferior to me in a fight of magical powers. Do you admit defeat?" Lord Taoist Xunyang's expression didn't change. People of Xianqing School are never afraid to admit our shortcomings. Although I'm slightly inferior to you in a fight of magical powers, it'll still be difficult for you to defeat me if I join forces with junior martial brother Jinghe. Hee. Lord Taoist Xunyang just smiled, but his gaze was cold. The black cloud surged, and the face on it revealed a fierce expression. staring at the two people in front of it. Upon hearing this, Mo Tiange understood this person's identity. In the celestial pole, there were 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. 2 from Tiandao sect, 1 each from Xianqing school and Gujian sect, and 1 individual cultivator, Master Songfeng. From a cultivator's point of view, this Master Songfeng was quite amazing. It was said that 1,000 years ago, he was only a cultivator from a small cultivation group. Later, that cultivation group was exterminated, and he disappeared. Several hundred years later, this person reappeared in the celestial pole and unexpectedly advanced into the nascent soul realm. Mo Tiange didn't know what kind of fated chances he encountered. In fact, he only had 3 spiritual roots, so it was already very good for him to be able to cultivate until the core formation realm. But who would have thought that he would later advance into the late stage of the nascent soul realm? This person's knowledge was very diverse. His cultivation technique was close to the devil's art, and he was very good in fights of magical powers. Even Gujian sect's sword cultivators who were good at fights of magical powers were defeated by him. Gujian sect's late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying, once personally sought him out to reason things out, but he also didn't gain any advantage from him. In this way, although there were 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the celestial pole, most people still thought Master Songfeng was the strongest cultivator in the celestial pole. However, this person's temperament was somewhat similar to Lord Taoist Jinghe. They were both very aggressive and bloodthirsty. Lord Taoist Jinghe, on the other hand, was a member of a Dao school, so he wouldn't kill the innocent and rarely took people's lives. However, this Master Songfeng didn't seem like a high-level cultivator at all. He actually regarded mental cultivation as nothing, and was temperamental. Sometimes he even killed mortals, which was very despicable. Therefore, not many people were willing to admit that he was the #1 cultivator in the celestial pole. However, Mo Tiange heard that this Master Songfeng hadn't appeared for 100 years. With his lifespan of more than 1,000 years, many people thought he had passed away, and there were only 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators left in the celestial pole. She didn't expect him to appear at Xianqing school today, and he even came to cause trouble for her master. How did Master offend this malefic star? He mentioned his disciple just now. Could it be that Master killed Master Songfeng's disciple? As Mo Tiange was thinking, she heard Master Songfeng say, "Qin Jinghe, where's your precious disciple Qin Shoujing? It's such a good day, but he actually didn't come out?" Lord Taoist Jinghe chuckled and said, "My disciple is now in the late stage of the core formation realm. He's in closed-door meditation, and won't come out unless he forms his nascent soul." Nascent soul. The black cloud smiled gloomily. This brat is really lucky. He reached the late stage of the core formation realm so quickly. But with his aptitude, it won't be easy for him to form his nascent soul, right? Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled and said, "Old Songfeng, with your aptitude, you can form your nascent soul, and even advance to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. What can't my disciple do?" "Me." The face on the black cloud threw its head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Qin Jinghe, you're comparing Qin Shoujing to me? I don't want to say this, but you think too highly of him." Although the face on the black cloud was blurry, everyone could feel the contempt in his eyes. In West Kunwu, if anyone mocked Qin Shoujing about his cultivation, they would most likely be regarded as jealousy. A cultivator with double spiritual roots was actually more talented than many cultivators with single or mutated spiritual roots. This was already enough to explain the problem. But the one who said this was Master Songfeng, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so no one would say anything about him. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator naturally had the qualifications to look down on a mere core formation cultivator, even if that person was a rare genius who formed his gold core within 100 years. Lord Taoist Jinghe, who was originally as impatient as a child, was very calm today. He wasn't provoked in the slightest. Instead, he said with a smile, "Is that so? I say, Old Songfeng, you think too highly of yourself. I don't want to say this, but aren't you a monster that's neither human nor devil nor monster? It's fine if you show off in front of others, But you have to do it in front of me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? His words were full of sarcasm, making Master Song Feng fly into a rage. Qin Jinghayu. What about me? Lord Taoist Jinghe was still smiling, but Mo Tiange had been his disciple for a long time, so she keenly sensed the killing intent in his eyes. It seemed her master already wanted to make a move. Alas, look at you. You clearly know I know everything about you, but why did you still come here to make me laugh at you? Many nascent soul cultivators were baffled by what he said. Did Lord Taoist Jinghe know some secret about Master Song Feng? All of a sudden, the black cloud surged, and its spiritual aura pressure instantly pressed down. Lord Taoist Jinyang immediately took out an 8 trigrams disc. It was unknown what this disc was made of, but aside from the 8 trigrams painted on it, it was completely brown. As soon as Lord Taoist Jinyang took it out, it swelled up against the wind. When it was about the same size as the black cloud, the eyes of the 8 trigrams shot out 2 rays of light, one black and one white, which interweaved into a net and firmly surrounded the hall. It was actually protecting cultivators, with low cultivation levels, from the oppression of the spiritual aura pressure. Insignificant tricks. I'll fight you first. The black cloud also swelled up in an instant, almost rushing towards Lord Taoist Jinghe. Mo Tiange was inside the virtual sky world, so although she didn't feel it, she could tell from the reaction of Lord Taoist Jinghe's maids, Mingxia and Wanqiu, that the spiritual aura fluctuation was very strong. Fortunately, there were many nascent soul cultivators present, so Lord Taoist Xianin waved his hand and added a protective cover to the two of them, stopping them from vomiting blood. If she was outside the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange definitely wouldn't have such an opportunity to carefully observe the fight of magical powers between top nascent soul cultivators. Right now, she wasn't worried about her own safety or the safety of Lord Taoist Jinghe and Lord Taoist Jinyang, so she focused on observing. As soon as Master Song Feng made this move, Lord Taoist Jinghe and Lord Taoist Jinyang each occupied a position. Although these two old men had a fight not long ago, it could be seen that they had excellent tacit understanding in front of a formidable enemy. In a flash, they formed an encirclement. Soon after, Lord Taoist Jinghe took out a gourd while Lord Taoist Jinyang took out a small stone. After the black cloud swelled up, Lord Taoist Jinghe's gourd immediately spurted out fire. Lord Taoist Jinyang's stone was thrown out and instantly became bigger. Mo Tiange wanted to take a closer look, but her realm was too low. How could she clearly see the body movements of middle and late-stage nascent soul cultivators in a fight of magical powers? She only saw flying sand and stones, bursts of fire, and surging black cloud, but she couldn't see what was going on. Lord Taoist Jinghe had fire spiritual roots, while Lord Taoist Jinyang had earth spiritual roots. When the two of them joined forces to fight, they really lived up to the saying covered in dust and dirt. Even though the fire was on the other party, they still sprinkled dirt on the other party. Fortunately, Master Song Feng was now a black cloud, so he wasn't afraid of dirt at all. Otherwise, he'd probably be in a very difficult situation, like the day they finished their fight. After a while, the fight between the three of them finally stopped. Mo Tiange finally saw that Lord Taoist Jinghe and Lord Taoist Jinyang couldn't defeat Master Song Feng, even though they joined hands. However, judging from the closed eyes of the face on the black cloud, he probably wasn't feeling well either. The three of them separated. Lord Taoist Jinghe and Lord Taoist Jinyang sat cross-legged, while the black cloud closed its eyes and rested. The other nascent soul cultivators from Xianqing School could see that Master Song Feng couldn't do anything to Lord Taoist Jinghe and Lord Taoist Jinyang, so they didn't make a move. After a long time, the black cloud opened its eyes first, and its voice came from inside. Qin Jinghe, tell that brat of yours that I'll take revenge for killing my disciple sooner or later. He'd better stay in the sect until I pass away, or else I'll definitely take his life. The black cloud easily broke through the light net laid by Lord Taoist Jinyang's 8 trigrams disc, and suddenly left. Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief in the virtual sky world. Since Master Song Feng dared to come here so boldly, he probably knew no one could stop him, right? That was reasonable. Nascent soul cultivators were hard to kill, let alone a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, with many secret techniques and treasures. Judging from these nascent soul seniors' indifferent reactions, they probably didn't intend to stop him at all. However, she didn't know what Master Songfeng meant when he said he killed his disciple. Could it be that it was Qin Shoujing who killed his disciple? After thinking it over, Mo Tiange once again thought about the female cultivator who fought with her in the beginning. If she didn't have the magic weapon Zhong Muling gave her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to fight that female cultivator so easily. That woman sneaked into Xianqing school and disappeared when Master Songfeng appeared. Could it be that she was also Master Songfeng's disciple or grand disciple? No matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and threw these thoughts to the back of her mind. This matter had nothing to do with her. Right now, she should think about how to get out without anyone noticing. Chapter 150. While Master Songfeng had just left, and the scene was in chaos, Mo Tiange sneaked out of the virtual sky world and ran towards the main hall, as if she had just arrived. At this time, the core formation and foundation building cultivators, who didn't dare to approach, because of the spiritual aura pressure from the nascent soul cultivators, also ran over. No one noticed her sudden appearance. Master! She hurriedly ran to Lord Daoist Jinghe's side, but she saw that he already looked fine and was chatting cheerfully with someone else. Mo Tiange's worried heart was completely at ease now. Judging from his appearance, his injuries just now weren't that serious. When Lord Daoist Jinghe saw her, he secretly gave her a meaningful look and waved at her. What's so urgent? Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. She pondered the meaning of his gaze and said, Master, do you need something from me? Lord Daoist Jinghe immediately cupped his hands towards the nascent soul cultivators around him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, there's a small matter, so I'll take my leave first. Right after he said that, he led Mingxia and Wanxiu out of the main hall with Mo Tiange. Master. Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't say anything and flew back to Clear Spring Peak with the three of them. Once they reached Clear Spring Peak and entered Shangqing Palace, Lord Daoist Jinghe stopped. Mas. Just as Mo Tiange was about to speak, she only managed to say one word before she felt Lord Daoist Jinghe's body swaying and suddenly falling head first. Master! Grandmaster! The three of them paled in fright. Lord Daoist Jinghe forced himself to stand and shook his head. Don't worry. Help me to meditate. Yes. Mingxia and Wanxiu helped him back to his throne. The three of them waited at the side, watching nervously. After an unknown amount of time, Lord Daoist Jinghe's pale complexion finally regained its color. He opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. I haven't seen him for several hundred years. I didn't expect old man Songfeng's demonic art to be so powerful. Mo Tiange finally understood. Lord Daoist Jinghe's injuries weren't light just now, but out of consideration for his face, he gave her a meaningful glance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This master of hers was still the same. Mingxia Wanxiu stepped down. Mingxia and Wanxiu looked at each other and answered, yes. Tiange, come here. Mo Tiange walked towards him bewildered. Master. Sit. Lord Daoist Jinghe pointed at the seat next to him. This. If I tell you to sit, then sit. All right. She cautiously approached Lord Daoist Jinghe and cautiously looked at him, then cautiously sat down. Mo Tiange couldn't be blamed for her reaction. The current Lord Daoist Jinghe was really too amiable. He was too much like an elder. Tiange, yes. Mo Tiange was worried. She didn't know what trick this master of hers was playing now. But this time, Lord Daoist Jinghe sighed and stared at her in a very normal manner. Do you think Master doesn't teach you anything? Mo Tiange thought for a moment, then answered honestly. Regarding cultivation, Master has never taught me anything, so disciple does feel a bit baffled. However, I've had many fortuitous encounters, and my current cultivation level has far exceeded my age. What Master has taught me is exactly what I need the most. As long as you understand. Lord Daoist Jinghe relaxed when he heard her answer, and saw the sincerity in her expression. He continued to sit cross-legged and meditate with his eyes closed. How much of what happened today did you see? Your disciple saw it all. Also in the side hall, I met a female cultivator, who seemed to be related to Master Song Feng. Oh. Mo Tiange then told him about the claw-wielding female cultivator in detail. After listening to her, Lord Taoist Jinghe opened his eyes and pondered. It sounds like this woman's path is indeed related to Old Man Song Feng. Among the 7 great cultivation groups, I'm the one who understands Old Man Song Feng the most. I don't know what happened to that old man in the past, but his physique is neither human nor devil. He seems to have been transformed by a foreign object. He's neither a traditional Dao cultivator nor a devil cultivator, but he's learned from the strong points of various sects, so he's so difficult to deal with. According to what you said, that woman should be a martial cultivator, and her moves carried devil aura. In my opinion, she's most likely Old Man Song Feng's disciple or grand disciple. Although you didn't lose to her this time, you must be careful if you meet her in the future. Yes, I understand. Lord Taoist Jinghe nodded then asked, do you know what happened between Master and Old Man Song Feng? Mo Tiange shook her head. Disciple only heard your conversation just now, so I roughly know it's related to senior martial brother Shoujing. Lord Taoist Jinghe chuckled softly. His expression was both helpless and proud. Yes, it was indeed that boy's fault. This Old Man Song Feng once had an extremely talented junior who had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother Shoujing. In the end he was killed. At that time, Old Man Song Feng had long disappeared from the world, so I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect he was still alive, and wanted to take revenge. Alas, that old man is very vengeful. It'll be difficult to deal with him in the future. Then, Master, do you also have a grudge against Master Song Feng? Not really. Several hundred years ago, when I just advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, I went to a secret place with Old Man Song Feng. So we had some disputes. Lord Taoist Jinghe didn't say much and shook his head. Although we didn't become enemies at that time, we parted on bad terms. With her master's personality, it would be strange if he could get along with a person with a strange temper like Master Song Feng without any problems. Master Song Feng didn't have a good impression of her master, and his beloved disciple was killed by Qin Shoujing, so he naturally hated her even more. When Mo Tiange thought of this, she also felt a bit of a headache. Outsiders didn't know how long one's lifespan was after cultivating to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Her master was already more than 800 years old, but Master Song Feng seemed to be only 1,000 years old. If her master didn't advance, he would definitely pass away before Master Song Feng. At that time, wouldn't a direct disciple like her suffer from revenge? Of course, if she didn't leave Xianqing school, she would naturally be fine. Tiange, in the future, when you go out alone, you'd better not show your identity as my disciple to others unless Old Man Song Feng passes away one day, or you form your nascent soul. Do you understand? Mo Tiange was stunned. Lord Taoist Jinghe had always been arrogant and domineering, but he made her do this. Obviously, he wanted her to avoid this disaster. She was a bit moved, and even called him master willingly. Yes, master. Seeing her like this, Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled. Child, you're probably only willing to call me master today, right? Mo Tiange lowered her head and smiled. Although this master was unreliable, his heart was as clear as a mirror. However, although she usually called him master disrespectfully, she always felt she was very lucky to have such a master. Lord Taoist Jinghe stopped smiling and said, after I formed my nascent soul, I accepted 5 disciples in total: Xianin, Qingyuan, Mingzhen, Suxin, and Changkong. Your original second martial brother, Qingyuan, unfortunately died early, so I later accepted another disciple and gave him the Taoist name Qingyuan. I originally didn't want to accept any more disciples, but who would have thought I'd find your senior martial brother Shoujing when I returned to Qin clan in the secular world. He's a blood-related junior with good spiritual roots, so I naturally had to take care of him, so I brought him back to Mount Taikong and accepted him as my disciple. Although this boy's spiritual roots are ordinary, his temperament is excellent, and he's extremely intelligent, So I accepted him as my last disciple. Unexpectedly, he also asked me to accept you as my disciple. Sure enough, she was accepted as his disciple because of that person. Mo Tiange had long guessed it, so she didn't feel disappointed, but she couldn't feel happy either. Lord Taoist Jinghe continued to say, I originally didn't take it seriously when I accepted you as my registered disciple. At that time, I thought with your spiritual roots, it would be great if you could build your foundation, and you probably wouldn't have any hope of advancing to the core formation realm. So I didn't have to teach you, and you weren't considered my official disciple. Who knew you were really destined to be my disciple? Girl, don't feel wronged. Since I formally accepted you as my disciple, I'll treat you sincerely. Mo Tiange smiled. She wasn't a little girl who hadn't experienced ups and downs, so how could she feel wronged? Rest assured, Master. I understand. Lord Taoist Jinghe nodded with a smile. This is what I like about you. You're down-to-earth, strong-willed, and you never undervalue yourself. Unlike that girl from Qingyuan, who was spoiled by me when she was young, at that time, I found the daughter left by your senior martial brother Qingyuan, and brought back your senior martial brother Shoujing. I took the two of them with me, but who knew they wouldn't teach either of them well? Master, Lord Taoist Jinghe's rare melancholy made Mo Tiange feel uncomfortable and puzzled. Isn't senior martial brother Shoujing doing well? Presumably, he'll be able to step onto the nascent soul realm in a few decades or 100 years. You don't know the reason. Lord Taoist Jinghe shook his head. This boy has a firm Tao heart since he was a child, and he's diligent in his cultivation. I used to be very proud that I could teach such a disciple, but now I realize what I failed to teach him. He's too smart and too persistent. I used to think it was a good thing, and didn't need other people to care about him. But now I realize that if his persistence is used on other things, it'll become fatal. Mo Tiange was stunned, but didn't say anything. Lord Taoist Jinghe said slowly, right now, he's the one I'm most worried about. Not to mention that old man Song Feng wants to seek revenge on him. But he's also plagued by demons. He's now insisting on entering closed-door meditation until he forms his nascent soul. But I'm afraid he can't overcome his inner demon in the nascent soul realm. After he finished speaking, Lord Taoist Jinghe closed his eyes and sighed. He looked exhausted. Mo Tiange was silent for a long time before she asked softly, Master, why are you telling me this? Lord Taoist Jinghe opened his eyes. His face, which had always been frivolous, now looked kind. You'll know later. After I accepted you as my disciple, I realized you're too similar to that boy from back then. No wonder Lord Taoist Jinghe paused for a moment then continued. I've already led him astray, so I naturally can't let you set foot on the same path. Back then, that boy also wholeheartedly cultivated and never paid attention to secular affairs, so I also didn't care. Now, after thinking about it, I think it's better to let you participate more in the school's affairs. You can see more, listen more, and in the future, you won't be too persistent. Children like you don't need to worry about cultivation at all, but the way you act has to be guided well, so you won't take many detours. Mo Tiange had long guessed the reason why Lord Taoist Jinghe taught her like this, but now that she heard it from his own mouth, she still felt moved. All right, Master's injuries aren't serious. Back then, when I brought you back, I said I'd let you reflect on your mistakes in closed-door meditation for 10 years, but there are still 5 years left. In the past few years, I've let you gain a lot of experience. Now that you're more or less familiar with the school's affairs, you can start your closed-door meditation from today onwards. 5 years later, when you come out of closed-door meditation, you can leave the mountain and travel around. Go. Yes, Master. Chapter 151. Auntie. A voice came from outside the cultivation room. Mo Tiange used an art to come out of the virtual sky world and removed the restriction. The person who stepped into the room was a man in his 20s. He was tall and looked like a young man, but his face still retained the innocence and gentleness of a teenager. Mo Tiange saw him and asked with a smile, Xinji, what's the matter? This young man was Yi Xinji. He was already 20 years old. His originally cute face was still likable even after he grew up. In addition, he had a good character and treated people generously, so he was very popular among the low-level disciples. In the past 10 years, Emotinga didn't hesitate to give him medicinal pills and treasures. He was now in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, and only needed to wait for the school's test to obtain a foundation-building pill. Upon seeing her, Yi Jinji smiled with 2 dimples on his face. "Auntie, you're still cultivating." "Of course I'm cultivating. Didn't you go to the martial arts hall with Hualing? It's only noon but you're already back?" The martial arts hall was a branch hall on the main peak of Xianqing School. It was used for martial arts competitions between disciples. Under normal circumstances, there would be a core formation cultivator and several foundation building cultivators, overseeing it to train the disciples' abilities in fights of magical powers. Male disciples were always more interested in fights of magical powers, so they would go to the martial arts hall every few days. Yi Jinji was the same. After he reached the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, he and his childhood playmate, Hualing, went to the martial arts hall every day to accumulate experience in the foundation building pill test. Emotinga thought this was a good thing, so she just let him be. "Don't mention it." Yi Jinji sat across from her looking bored. "There weren't many people in the martial arts hall today, so I came back after fighting 2 rounds. Last time, didn't you say Hualing thought of something, and you didn't know how to deal with it? Did you crack it?" "Of course." Yi Jinji raised his head proudly. "What kind of move could Hualing make?" "I thought about it for 2 days and figured it out. Auntie, watch me." As he spoke, he stood up in high spirits and raised his hands. Almost at the same time, a wind wall spell and a thick earth spell appeared around him. "Auntie, look. I used these 2 spells together, so Hualing's freezing spell and splitting earth spell can't hit me." Emotinga smiled. "This is indeed a good idea. It's hard for you to think of this." Upon being praised, Yi Jinji felt a bit embarrassed. He withdrew his spell then sat back down. "Auntie, there's something I want to discuss with you." "What is it? Tell me." A hesitant expression appeared on Yi Jinji's face. He said hesitantly, I want to take a trip home." Emotinga was stunned. Yi Jinji came to the mountain when he was 9 years old, and met her when he was 10. Since then, she had always kept him by her side, and he had never left her side. It had already been 11 years since he left home. After cultivators like them entered a cultivation group, they rarely returned to the secular world. Yi Jinji also never mentioned homesickness, so Emotinga also didn't think too much about it. At this moment, Yi Jinji's face faintly revealed a melancholic expression. "When I left home, my mother cried the whole night. Auntie, there's still 1 year left before the elite disciples foundation building pill test. I want to take advantage of this period of time to go home. Can I?" Upon seeing the child's expectant expression, Emotinga didn't say anything. She naturally understood Yi Jinji's feelings. Back then, she also felt the same way. However, it wasn't a good thing to be so sentimentally attached to one's family. "Auntie." Seeing that she didn't respond, Yi Jinji pleaded again. "I'll definitely come back as soon as possible. I just want to go back and take a look. Our Xianqing school doesn't require disciples to sever their ties with the secular world. However, under normal circumstances, you're only allowed to visit your family after you build your foundation. You haven't built your foundation yet, and you're in the 1st year of waiting for the test, so it's really inconvenient for you to leave." Yi Jinji didn't say anything. His face was full of frustration. Emotinga thought for a moment then said to him with a smile, "You don't have to be so disappointed. 5 years ago, your grandmaster said he'd let me leave the mountain to travel after I finished my closed-door meditation for 5 years. Now 5 years have passed. After a while, I'll take you back after I finish dealing with some chores. What do you think?" Yi Jinji was ecstatic. "Auntie, are you happy now?" Yi Jinji nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Auntie." After thanking her, he hesitated for a moment. "But Auntie, didn't you say you didn't want the clan to know you?" Emotinga smiled. "My surname isn't Yi, so what's the matter? They won't be able to tell. You can just call me Martial Uncle at that time." Yi Zhenji was Master Daoist Shoujing's advanced inner disciple in name, so he should call her martial uncle. After comforting Yi Zhenji, Mo Tiange ended her cultivation and stepped out of the cave. 5 years had passed, and her cultivation level had reached the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm. She just needed some fated chances to break through to the late stage of the foundation building realm. However, Mo Tiange wasn't in a hurry. She was only 37 years old now. In terms of age, her cultivation level was already very high. Even Qin Shoujing was only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm when he was her age. She stepped into the main hall of Shangqing Palace. Lord Daoist Jinghe was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He fought with Master Song Feng 5 years ago, so his injuries weren't light. In the past few years he had been recuperating. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high, so his dantian and meridians weren't injured. Mo Tiange stopped not far from him and called out, "Master." Lord Daoist Jinghe opened his eyes. "You're out of closed-door meditation?" Mo Tiange nodded. In the past 5 years, she had been locked in her small cave and hadn't come out. Now that she came out, she naturally came out of closed-door meditation. She felt Lord Daoist Jinghe's divine sense sweep over her, but she was very calm. Her soul-refining art was already in the second layer. As long as he didn't deliberately use spiritual aura pressure to suppress her, she could still maintain her composure in front of nascent soul cultivators. After he finished examining her, Lord Daoist Jinghe nodded. "Not bad. You're in the peak of the middle stage. Presumably, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the late stage in a few years. You actually practiced the soul-refining art to the second layer? I've never seen such an achievement in just a dozen years." Mo Tiange smiled. "It's martial uncle Xianin who's thoughtful. Disciple isn't afraid of qi deviation. Master, how's your injury?" "I'm fine." Lord Daoist Jinghe waved his hand indifferently. "It's almost healed." "Humph. Old Song Feng must have had a hard time these past few years." At that time, old Daoist Xunyang's meteorite hit him squarely. According to my estimation, he'll have to enter closed-door meditation for at least 10 to 20 years. In this case I've made a profit." Seeing Lord Daoist Jinghe's proud expression, Mo Tiange shook her head helplessly. This master could probably only be serious once in a while. "By the way, you just finished your closed-door meditation. The school's minor competition will be held in a few days. Do you want to participate?" Mo Tiange hesitated. It's not good for me to go, right? The school's minor competition was mostly attended by ordinary disciples. The aura-refining minor competition was related to the foundation-building pill, and the foundation-building minor competition had other rewards. Generally speaking, elite disciples rarely participated in the minor competition. First, they were rewarded by their masters, so they wouldn't be greedy for that little bit of reward. Second, elite disciples who participated were mostly better than ordinary disciples, so ordinary disciples couldn't get any rewards. Although modesty wasn't a virtue in the cultivation world, there were still considerations in cultivation groups. Lord Daoist Jinghe said indifferently, "What's not good about it? If they lose to you, it's because they're incompetent." Mo Tiange was silent, obviously disapproving. Lord Daoist Jinghe glared at her. "Fine, if you don't want to go then don't. But you should go and join in the fun. It's good to compare notes with fellow disciples." Mo Tiange agreed, so she nodded. "Yes, master." Mo Tiange knew that although she'd experienced countless battles, she didn't have many fights of magical powers after she built her foundation. Although she participated in the demonic beast riot, she managed to avoid the most chaotic 2 years in the virtual sky world. Moreover, almost all of her fights of magical powers were life-risking battles, so her intuition toward danger was better than ordinary cultivators. However, her skills were probably inferior to cultivators, who often compared notes with each other. Now that she hadn't fought in 5 years of closed-door meditation, she should really study fights of magical powers. Mo Tiange walked out of Shangqing Palace and flew the white silk handkerchief to the main peak. The martial arts hall was located next to the 3 Pure Hall on the main peak. Its scale was only slightly inferior to the most magnificent 3 Pure Hall in the whole mountain, which showed how much the school valued it. Emotienga walked slowly inside. A disciple guarding the door saluted her. Grandmaster Emo, she had a certain prestige in Xianqing school now. So these disciples all recognized her. Soon, a supervising disciple came to greet her with a smile. Grandmaster Emo, did you also come to the martial arts hall to compare notes? Emotienga returned his salute and answered. I had nothing to do today, so I came to take a look. Oh, Grandmaster, this way please. The foundation building competition is inside. And thank you for your trouble. Emotienga followed the supervising disciple through the crowd and entered the inner room under other people's gazes. This outer room was where aura refining disciples competed. It was presided over by an aura refining supervising disciple and overseen by 2 foundation building cultivators. This inner room was where foundation building disciples competed. There was a core formation cultivator overseeing the competition, and the receptionist was also a foundation building supervising disciple. The supervising disciple led her to the supervising disciple, then excused himself. The supervising disciple took her identity tablet, recorded it, and said with a smile, This is Marshal Uncle Mo's first time here, right? Emotienga nodded. When she arrived at Xianqing School, she was already in the peak stage of the aura refining realm and was about to build her foundation. After she built her foundation, she immediately encountered the demonic beast riot. When she came back, she became Lord Taoist Jinghe's official disciple. After being tossed around for 5 years, she was in closed-door meditation for 5 years, so she had no time to come to the martial arts hall. The supervising disciple said, Then I'll take Martial Uncle there. Thank you. As the supervising disciple led Emotienga, he explained, In fact, the rules of the martial arts hall are very simple. There's a ring in the lobby, and anyone can challenge someone. The winner has to stay on the ring and wait for others to challenge him. If you win 3 matches in a row, you can leave the ring. If 2 people want to have a private fight, they have to come to me, get a room identity tablet, and go to the wing over there. Of course, a supervising disciple must be present as a witness. A core formation martial uncle oversees the other room. If 2 people want to fight mercilessly, they have to ask for permission and can only fight under the witness of a core formation martial uncle. Emotienga nodded as she listened. This rule was very reasonable. Private fights required a third party to be present to avoid accidents and inexplicable reasons. In addition, if some methods were used to control the enemy, there might be casualties. If one didn't go all out, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. So a core formation cultivator was required to be present to ensure safety. As they talked, they arrived at the lobby. Emotienga looked around and saw a wide ring in the center of the lobby. Around 20 to 30 cultivators were either standing or sitting around it. The supervising disciple said, During the demonic beast riot last time, more than 100 foundation building martial brothers and sisters from our school died. Now there are less than 200 foundation building cultivators in our school. Otherwise, there would be at least 40 to 50 people here. Emotienga noticed the faint melancholy on the supervising disciple's face. Presumably his relatives and friends died in the demonic beast war. So she smiled and said, The school's junior competition is about to start. Presumably, there will be a large number of foundation building fellow disciples this time. You're right. The supervising disciple also smiled. Martial Uncle Emo, please do as you please. I'll take my leave first. Emotienga returned the greeting and watched as the supervising disciple left. She then walked to the edge of the ring and found a place to watch the fight. On the ring were 2 early-stage foundation building cultivators. One was a burly man with a curly beard, and the other was a thin and weak middle-aged man. Although the burly man was tall, the magic tool he used was a small and exquisite flying sword. As for the middle-aged man, he was holding a fan. The burly man was the main attacker, while the middle-aged man was the main defender. The 2 of them exchanged blows and fought fiercely. After watching for a while, Emotienga actually comprehended a few things. For example, the way the burly man controlled his flying sword was more like a concealed weapon. It flew silently, but this required a very long time of practice. As for the middle-aged man, his fan was also mysterious. It was unexpectedly able to guide the burly man's spiritual aura, allowing him to repeatedly avoid danger. After watching with rapt attention for a while, someone patted Mo Tianga's shoulder. She turned around and said with surprise, "Big brother Yi." The person standing next to her with a smile was none other than Yi Jingwen. Yi Jingwen was almost 60 years old now, so he looked a bit older. He had lost some of his sharpness, but he looked a bit more level-headed. 10 years ago, the two of them fought side by side against several cultivators from Gujian sect, so their feelings for each other weren't as superficial as before. However, the two of them were accidentally injured by Lord Taoist Jingha. Because Mo Tianga's meridians were tough, and she was put in the Wenyang pool by Lord Taoist Jingha. She recovered in just a few days. Yi Jingwen's injuries were more serious than hers. It took him more than a year to completely recover. At that time, Mo Tianga was tormented by Lord Taoist Jingha every day. The two of them only met a few times in a hurry, and didn't even have time to exchange greetings. Later, when she entered closed-door meditation, they didn't see each other for 5 years. Yi Jingwen looked at her with a smile, and pointed behind him. The two of them then left the crowd, and found chairs in the corner to sit down. After they sat down, Yi Jingwen said with a smile, "Tianga, long time no see." "Yes, I just came out of closed-door meditation yesterday." Yi Jingwen's divine sense swept over her, and he asked in surprise, "You've reached the peak of the middle stage?" Mo Tianga nodded. "I was lucky. My closed-door meditation this time went very smoothly." Yi Jingwen stared at her expressionless face and sighed. "I heard your aptitude was excellent, but I didn't believe it at first. Now I have to believe it. When I met you, you were only a little girl in the second layer of the aura refining realm. I was already in the foundation building realm, but now you've actually surpassed me." In the past few years, Yi Jingwen's cultivation level had also advanced, but his progress wasn't as obvious as Mo Tianga's. He also spent some time healing his injuries, so he was still a bit behind now. Mo Tianga shook her head and said with a smile, "Big brother Yi, don't laugh at me. I'm only where I am today because of fated chances. If she hadn't met Zhong Muling by chance, she would still have wasted spiritual roots, and would probably still be in the early stage of the foundation building realm. After she built her foundation, she didn't have the art of the origin, so even the effect of the art of Sunu was greatly reduced. The spiritual aura she absorbed almost couldn't be retained in her body. Now that she obtained the art of the origin and cultivated in the virtual sky world, she finally understood how big the gap between wasted spiritual roots and geniuses with single or mutated spiritual roots was. If she could only retain 10% of her spiritual aura before, now she could retain 90%. This terrifying 9 times made her realize that if she hadn't met Zhong Muling and obtained the art of the origin, she probably wouldn't have been able to advance to the core formation realm for the rest of her life. Yi Jingwen naturally didn't know about her rueful feelings. Upon hearing her modesty, he gave her a sidelong glance and said, "I told you years ago that fated chances are also strength. Why deny it?" He paused for a moment, then asked, "Tianga, did you come to the martial arts hall to compare notes?" I rarely fought after I built my foundation, so I wanted to compare notes with my fellow disciples and gain some experience in fights of magical powers." "That's not bad. In fights of magical powers, experience is more important than talent. Cultivation geniuses might not be good in fights of magical powers, but cultivation geniuses might not be weak in fights of magical powers if they practice more." "So Big Brother Yi often comes to the martial arts hall?" Mo Tianga asked with interest. She knew Yi Jingwen before, but she didn't have a deep friendship with him, and never saw him fight of magical powers. Later, when she met him at Qianmen Ridge in Mount Tianhua and fought side by side, she realized he was also a decisive person. It seemed he was very interested in fights of magical powers. Sure enough, Yi Jingwen nodded. "I usually come to the martial arts hall when I'm free. 4 sword cultivators like us, fighting of magical powers is more important than fighting of magical powers. I'm afraid every sword cultivator is combative, right?" Yi Jingwen couldn't help but smile. You're right. If I wasn't combative, I wouldn't have chosen to be a sword cultivator. The two of them smiled at each other. After sitting idly for a while, Yi Jingwen said, Right, since you came here to compare notes, and I don't want to go to the ring right now, how about we fight? Sure. Mo Tiange naturally couldn't ask for more. Yi Jingwen's fighting strength surpassed that of ordinary middle-stage foundation building cultivators, and he was also very experienced, so he was naturally an excellent opponent. The two of them stood up together and went outside to find a steward. After getting a room number, they were led into a wing room by a steward. Although it was called a wing room, it was, after all, used for fights. It was very spacious and was equivalent to a small ring. The two of them went on the ring. After being confirmed by the steward, they began to exchange blows. Yi Jingwen was a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators paid attention to their attacks. Once the steward confirmed it, his flying sword flew straight towards Mo Tiange's face. Mo Tiange stepped on the white silk handkerchief. She deliberately didn't use it to defend herself, so in a flash, she brushed past the flying sword. However, a sword cultivator's flying sword carried sword aura, so when it brushed past her, it brushed past her arm, causing her arm to ache. Upon seeing this, Yi Jingwen's flying sword immediately flew back. He condensed his aura on the sword, and in an instant, the sword emitted a dazzling white light that enveloped his entire body. Mo Tiange felt helpless. She retracted the white silk handkerchief and released it. The brick wall blocked the sword light, and the shuttle of flying Apsara flew out. The golden light flew towards Yi Jingwen. The two of them fought back and forth for a while. They only stopped when the steward, who was acting as a witness, clapped his hands and cheered. After walking down the ring, the two of them rested for a while. Yi Jingwen saw that Mo Tiange was lost in thought, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Mo Tiange answered, "I originally didn't want to use that magic weapon, but I don't know how to dodge Big Brother Ye's sword aura." Once she finished speaking, Yi Jingwen laughed. "You're actually thinking about this." Mo Tiange was puzzled. "Is there a problem?" This time, it was the steward who was watching the fight who interrupted. "Martial Uncle Mo, it's very difficult to dodge a sword cultivator's sword aura. This place is so narrow, so they'd naturally choose to use magic tools or spells to block it. It'd naturally be best if Martial Uncle has a magic weapon. So why do you need to dodge it?" Mo Tiange was stunned. She then said with an ashamed expression, "It's my fault. I always thought it was foolproof." Yi Jingwen said, "Tiange, you're very experienced in fights of magical powers. It's just that you haven't adjusted your mentality. You have to know that in fights of magical powers, even if you win a little, it's still a win. You just need to use whatever means you have." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Big Brother Yi." Although her cultivation level now surpassed Yi Jingwen's, when it came to fights of magical powers, Mo Tiange knew she still wasn't as good as him, so she thanked him sincerely. Yi Jingwen smiled. "If you have nothing to do, you can come to the martial arts training hall often to fight with me. We can learn from each other and improve together." Chapter 152. Yi Jingwen kept his word. From that day onwards, he and Mo Tiange went to the martial arts hall every day to compare notes on fights of magical powers. He was a sword cultivator, so he was infatuated with comparing skills and was quite knowledgeable about fights of magical powers. Because of that, Mo Tiange's skills in fights of magical powers improved very quickly after sparring with him. More than a month later, relying on the advantage of magic weapons, Mo Tiange was able to win 2 out of 3 matches. Yi Jingwen was greatly stimulated, so he decided to go back and enter closed-door meditation. Thus the 10-year period ended. Lord Taoist Jinghe told Mo Tiange that she had been in closed-door meditation for a long time, and her cultivation level was high enough, so she could leave the mountain and travel around. After Mo Tiange finished taking care of her chores, she sealed her immortal's cave and soon left Mount Taikong with Yi Jinji. There were more than 10 countries in the celestial pole. Wei country was located in the Midland, with Jin and Yin in the east, and Qin and Chu in the west. It was surrounded by powerful enemies. For this reason, The state of Wei provided for several immortal masters, and even conferred the title of Marquis to several secluded cultivation clans in order to ensure peace. Several days after they left West Kunwu, Imotienga and Yizhenji arrived at Tong, a city in Wei country. Tong, a city was not only the largest city in Wei country, but it was also the transportation hub of the entire celestial pole. It was located at the junction of the north and south, built by the river, connected to both land and water. In the west, it was connected to the Qin Mountains and the Chu lands, and in the east, it reached the Jin and Yin plains. As a result, Tong City was one of the most prosperous cities in the entire celestial pole. The awkward thing was that Yi Jinji was too young when he left home, so he didn't remember where the Yi clan was. Fortunately, the Yi family had the identity of the Marquis of Chongmingho in Wei country. They asked along the way, and quickly found the Yi residence. In Tong City, the east was rich and the west noble, while the south was poor and the north lowly. The Yi family was a noble, and lived in the west of the city. The two of them found their way to the west of the city. Vermilion doors and stone lions could be found everywhere. The Yi family was also very conspicuous among these noble families. On the signboard at the door, the words Chongmingho Manor were written. Upon seeing this, Yi Jinji was very happy. He immediately wanted to go in, but who would have thought that the gatekeeper would stop him and say with an arrogant expression, "This is Marquis Ningho's estate. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Yi Jinji was stunned. Behind him, Imotienga couldn't help but want to laugh. In the secular world, most people judged a person by his appearance. Although Yi Jinji looked like a distinguished young man, his clothes were simple and unadorned, and his bearing didn't have the noble air of a young master. These gatekeeping manservants naturally thought he was a commoner, so they never expected he was actually their young master. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Jinji shouted, "What idler? This is my home. I'm from the Yi family." One of the manservants glanced at him and said in an arrogant tone, "Go, go, go. Don't cause trouble if you have nothing to do." Yi Jinji became anxious and said angrily, "My surname is Yi, and my name is Jinji. You guys go and report this to the Marquis." After he reported his name, the manservants looked at him seriously. His surname is Yi, could it really be? Even if his surname is Yi, we can't say that he's from our family. But what if it is? The manservants muttered for a while. Finally, one of them said, "Wait here, I'll go in and report." Although he agreed, he didn't show any respect. Yi Jinji restrained his temper and looked at Imotienga. Seeing that her expression was calm, he reluctantly nodded. After the manservant went in, he walked to Imotienga and said apologetically, "Martial uncle, the servants at home don't look good. I'll have to trouble you to wait for a while." Imotienga didn't say anything and just smiled. She found it interesting. In fact, people in the cultivation world were also like this. However, they didn't look at other people's clothes, but at their cultivation level. Before long, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps. The two of them looked up and saw an old man wearing an embroidered robe leading the way, followed by a group of people who were rushing to the gate. The manservant who reported the news just now followed behind them, nervously wiping the sweat on his face. Upon seeing this old man, Imotienga guessed his identity. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Jinji saw this person, an excited and hesitant expression appeared on his face. He left home when he was 9 years old, and it had been more than 11 years since then. The child from back then had already become a young man, but when he saw his elders he felt shy. Junner, a noble woman, rushed out of the crowd. She staggered forward regardless of the pearls and jades on her body. As soon as Yi Jinji saw her, he was stunned. The woman threw herself at him, hugged his head and cried bitterly, My Jinner, you're finally back." Yi Jinji's lips trembled. After a long time, he finally called out, "Mother." He also shed silent tears. Imotienga stood behind them, watching the family reunite after a long separation, and greeting each other with tears. She sighed inwardly. This was also her family. It was just that she didn't have any kinship with them, so she kept herself out of it. After a long time, Yi Jinji finally met all his relatives. Remembering that she was still on the side, He hastily wiped the tears on his face and came to her. Martial uncle, this is my family. Upon hearing him calling her martial uncle, everyone in Yi clan hurriedly changed their expressions and looked at her. Emotienga had already swept them with her divine sense. There were several cultivators among the people of Yi clan, but their spiritual roots were quite weak. The one with the highest cultivation level was only in the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm. He was the old man who took the lead. When these cultivators sensed her hidden cultivation level, they all had respectful expressions on their faces. They asked Yi Jinji just now and knew his cultivation level was in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Since he called her martial uncle, they knew Emotienga must be a cultivator in the foundation building realm or higher. Although she looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old, they didn't dare to neglect her. Martial uncle, let me introduce you. This is my grandpa, Yi Jinji said as he led Emotienga to the old man who took the lead. This old man had gray hair, but he was in good spirits. After all, he was a 3rd layer aura refining cultivator and had lived in the secular world for many years, so he was very experienced. He cupped his hands respectfully. This old man is Yi Cheng, the head of Yi clan. Greetings to senior. So this was the Yi Cheng's second uncle mentioned. In terms of seniority, he was several generations lower than her. Emotienga calmly accepted his greeting and nodded in return. Yi Jinji continued to lead her to the next middle-aged man. This is my father. Junior Yi Zhuan greets senior. This person was also a cultivator, but his cultivation level was only in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Yi Jinji then pointed at the woman who hugged him and cried bitterly a moment ago and said, "This is my mother." The noble woman bowed with a grateful expression. I can't thank senior enough for taking care of my family's jeune. Emotienga finally raised her hand. Madam, you don't need to be so polite. Since I'm his master's elder, I naturally have to take care of him. Soon after, several other people saluted her one by one. After a long time, the greetings were finally over. Yi Cheng cautiously invited Emotienga to sit in the hall and dismissed the unnecessary people, leaving only a few important people to sit with her. Once they were seated, Yi Cheng said to Yi Jinji, "Jeune, why don't you introduce this martial uncle of yours?" When Yi Jinji met his relatives before, he only said that Emotienga was his martial uncle, and that she took good care of him. This time, he wanted to go down the mountain, so she especially brought him here. Upon hearing what Yi Jinji said, Yi Jinji hastily stood up. Grandpa Patriarch, this martial uncle is my Grandmaster Jinghe's last disciple. My master has always been in closed-door meditation, so it's always martial uncle Emo who's been teaching me. She's really my teacher. Oh. Upon hearing what he said, everyone in the hall looked at Emotienga in a different light. In other words, although she was a martial uncle, she was no different from a master. Moreover, she was the last disciple of a nascent soul grandmaster at Xianqing School. From this, it could be seen how talented she was, and how honorable her status was. Weak cultivators like them who couldn't stay in Kunwood definitely couldn't imagine her. Yi Cheng once again stood up. Turns out senior has such a great kindness toward my jeune. This old man thanks senior here. No need to be like this, Emotienga said with a smile. Jinji is a sensible and well-mannered child. Although he's lacking in talent, he's diligent and studious. Sooner or later, he'll become a great person. Yi Cheng was very excited to hear Emotienga's evaluation. If he can become a great person, it's his good fortune and also thanks to senior. After the two of them chatted like that, Yi Cheng asked again, "Senior, do you have something to do in the secular world? Although this old man's cultivation level is low, I have some status in the secular world. Maybe I can help senior inquire about some information." I didn't come to the secular world for anything important. I just came out to travel. I see. Senior, you rarely come to the secular world, right? Our Yi clan has lived in the secular world for a long time, so we know a lot of strange things in the secular world. If senior doesn't mind, this old man can introduce a thing or two to senior. Yi Cheng was very enthusiastic. Emotienga thought for a moment then nodded with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble, no trouble. Yiqing said. Senior must be tired since you came all the way from Kunwu. How about staying at my place for the time being? Later on, this old man will deliver all the information my family has gathered to you. Mo Tiange originally didn't have the patience to deal with people like this, so she immediately agreed and left first. After watching Mo Tiange leave, Yiqing suddenly asked, Zhener, what's the identity of this martial uncle of yours? Yi Zhenji was startled and somewhat frightened. Grandpa Patriarch, she's my martial uncle. She's a foundation-building cultivator. Yes, martial uncle has been in closed-door meditation for 5 years, and has just reached the peak of the middle stage of the foundation-building realm. Now Grandmaster ordered her to leave the mountain to travel. She's training her mental state, so that she can break through to the late stage of the foundation-building realm. I see. Yiqing frowned slightly. How old is this senior? How's her aptitude? She's only in the foundation-building realm. But your nascent soul Grandmaster actually accepted her as a disciple? Yi Zhenji saw that Yiqing didn't look suspicious, so he calmed down and answered, Martial uncle, she should be 37 years old. I'm not very clear about her spiritual roots, but I know it's a very special kind of spiritual roots that aren't inferior to single spiritual roots. 37 years old. Yiqing was astonished. 37 years old. And her cultivation level was in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation-building realm. No wonder she could be accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator. She must be a genius. Zhener, how's your relationship with your martial uncle? Yi Zhenji thought for a moment then answered. Ever since I entered my master's tutelage, martial uncle taught me personally, so it's not wrong to say martial uncle is my master. Then does your martial uncle have other disciples? No, martial uncle is still young, so he only taught me on behalf of my master. He doesn't have any disciples. Upon hearing this, Yiqing pondered for a moment while stroking his beard. All of a sudden he cautiously said, Zhener, from now on, you have to get closer to your martial uncle. With her current age and cultivation level, as well as the last disciple of a nascent soul grandmaster, she'll certainly have a bright future. You'll definitely benefit from being on good terms with her. Yi Zhenji knew Grandpa Patriarch's words were for his sake, but it really made him unhappy. He was close to his aunt from the start, so it wasn't because of any benefits. Grandpa Patriarch, martial uncle sincerely treats me well, and I also sincerely respect her. Rest assured, my relationship with martial uncle has always been very good. Chapter 153. Knock knock. 2 soft pecking sounds came from outside the door. Mo Tiange stopped cultivating. She swept the door with her divine sense and removed the restriction outside. Please come in. The one who pushed the door open was Yi Zhenji's mother, Madame Yan. Madame Yan brought 4 maids with her. She smiled before saying anything. Senior, did I disturb you? Mo Tiange had a good impression of this Madame Yan, probably because her maternal love for Yi Zhenji reminded her of her own mother. Nothing. Is something the matter, madam? Oh, it's like this. The guest room is simple and crude, and I'm afraid Senior won't be used to it. As she spoke, she signaled the maids to put down the things in their hands. Mo Tiange glanced at them. They were all flashy but impractical things used by rich people, so she shook her head. Madam, you don't have to be so polite. It's not good for cultivators like us to pay too much attention to external objects. These things are useless to me, so madam doesn't need to worry about them. This, Senior is an honored guest of my Yi clan. I'm afraid I'm not good enough. Mo Tiange smiled faintly. I understand madam's intention, but these external objects are really unnecessary. Seeing how determined she was, Madame Yin had no choice but to order all the maids to leave. However, after hesitating for a moment, Madame Yin still smiled and said, I have something to tell Senior. I don't know if it's convenient for Senior. Madam, if you have something to say, just say it. With her permission, Madame Yin ordered the maids to leave first and stayed alone. Senior, I shouldn't disturb your cultivation for such a trivial matter, but I'm a mother, so I always want to know more about my son. Madame Yen paused nervously for a moment before continuing. You're Zhener's martial uncle, and you've spent a lot of time with Zhener in the past 10 years. However, I haven't been able to see him for such a long time. Senior, are you willing to tell me about Zhener? How has he been all these years? Has he suffered any grievances? How is he now? Mo Tiange had no reason to refuse such a small request. A mother whose child had been away from her for 11 years was naturally eager to know more about her child. Madam, you don't need to worry. Zhenji is doing very well. He's an advanced inner disciple of a core formation cultivator, so he'll be fine. Really? Does he have friends in the sect? Were you bullied? Mo Tiange chuckled. His grandmaster is Lord Daoist Jingha. Who would dare to bully him? Moreover, if you want to bully him, I won't ignore it. Don't worry, madam. This child has a gentle personality and is very popular. That's good. Madame Yen was gratified. Zhener has been sensible since he was a child. If there is anything wrong, he definitely won't tell us. I was worried about this, so I came to disturb Senior. Senior, Zhener has already reached the 10th layer of qi refining. Why did he choose to leave the sect at this time? Upon seeing Madame Yan's worried expression, Mo Tiange explained, I originally wanted to wait until he built his foundation before letting him come back on his own. But Zhenji really missed you guys, so he begged you for a long time. Coincidentally, I was ordered by my master to leave the mountain, so I sent him here directly. So that's how it is. Madame Yan's gaze swept over Mo Tiange, then she suddenly asked, Senior, you look so young. May I know how old you are? This question was indeed a bit abrupt, so Mo Tiange was startled. Her age wasn't something she couldn't say, so she answered, I'm 37 years old now. Oh, Senior's age is similar to mine, but you look like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. You really make mortals like me envious. In fact, Madame Yan's appearance was already quite young. Yi Zhenji happened to be 20 years old, and Madame Yen was his birth mother, so she must be at least 35 years old. However, she took good care of herself, so there weren't any wrinkles on her face. She looked like she was in her 30s, which was the age when women were most mature and charming. Mo Tiange didn't flatter her back. Instead, her sharp gaze swept over Madame Yan's face and she asked faintly, Madam, what do you mean? If she couldn't hear the hidden meaning behind Madame Yan's words, she'd be too slow. Sure enough, this Madame Yan's intention wasn't that simple. Being stared at like this, Madame Yen was a bit embarrassed. She stammered. It's nothing. Senior's age is similar to mine, but you look about the same age as Zhener, so I really can't tell. You're his elder. Presumably, if I said your brother and sister, other people would also believe it. Mo Tiange suddenly felt like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Madame Yen was obviously worried that there was some unexplainable relationship between her and Yi Zhenji. Nevertheless, Mo Tiange's expression didn't change. She just stared straight at Madame Yen. Madame Yen was only a mortal. Under Mo Tiange's inadvertent spiritual aura pressure, she had no ability to resist at all, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. She hastily grabbed a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, but she couldn't even lift her hand. With great difficulty she said, Senior, if I offended you in any way, please forgive me. Madame Yen recklessly speculated about her relationship with Yi Zhenji. Although she was Yi Zhenji's mother, it still made Madame Yen feel displeased, so she deliberately acted like this. Now that Madame Yen saw that Madame Yen was showing weakness, she withdrew her spiritual aura pressure and said coldly, For cultivators like us, looks are merely the bones beneath the skin. Madam, you shouldn't say such things in the future. Madame Yen naturally didn't dare to refute her. She recalled the clan head's instruction to treat this senior well. Her behavior just now might have already offended the other party, so she repeatedly apologized. Senior, please forgive me for offending you. I'm just an ignorant woman who didn't know about cultivators' taboos and spoke nonsense. Mo Tiange interrupted her. Madam, you're Zhenji's mother, so there are some things you have the right to ask clearly. If you don't ask clearly, presumably you also won't feel at ease, right? That being the case, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Madame Yin finally calmed down a bit when she heard no anger in Mo Tianga's tone. Upon seeing Mo Tianga's calm demeanor, Madame Yin couldn't help but feel ashamed. Senior, please forgive me. I really saw that you and Jinji have a close relationship, so I was afraid that child would make a mistake. You're his martial uncle. If that child doesn't understand things, wouldn't he implicate you and ruin your clean reputation? She spoke politely, but this Madame Yin wasn't someone who didn't understand things. Mo Tianga softened her tone. Madam, Yi clan has been in the secular world for more than 20 years, right? Have you ever been to Kunwu? Madame Yin was startled, but she soon nodded. When she married into Yi clan was already Marquis Chaininghao in Wei country, so she naturally hadn't been to Kunwu. It's no wonder you don't know about the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, there's no such thing as human relationships in the secular world. Everything is determined by cultivation levels. Regarding dual cultivation, seniority and age have nothing to do with other people. No matter who Jinji likes, it won't affect his future. Upon seeing Madame Yan's complexion turn pale, Mo Tianga smiled and continued. Besides, how can one's age be accurately determined based on one's appearance? That master of mine is more than 800 years old, but he looks like he's only in his 30s. Jinji's master also looks similar to Jinji's age. Madam, Jinji respects me as his master, so how could there be anything embarrassing? Madam, please don't think too much. Otherwise, if Jinji finds out, he'll inevitably be sad and embarrassed. Madame Yan's face turned green then white, but she couldn't say anything. She was just a mortal woman. How could she know anything about the cultivation world? As a mother, she was just worried about her child. Mo Tianga's straightforwardness made her feel too ashamed to show her face. Alright, I'm going to continue cultivating. Madam, it's rare for Jinji to come home, so you'd better spend more time with him. Mo Tianga straightforwardly sent the guest off, then sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, looking as if she didn't want to say anything. Madame Yin bowed embarrassedly then retreated. Mo Tianga didn't care too much about this matter. This Madame Yin was a mortal woman, so it was understandable that she didn't understand. Mortals always thought that when men and women were the same age, even if they had different seniority, something was bound to happen. However, they didn't know that in the cultivation world, judging people by their age was the most ridiculous thing. Mo Tianga cultivated until the evening. Yi Cheng, the patriarch of Yi clan, sent someone to invite her, saying she came from afar, and that they were holding a banquet to thank her master in Jinji's stead. Mo Tianga thought about it, but still went to the banquet. Before his death, second uncle entrusted her to take care of Yi clan when she had the ability. Now that she came to Yi clan, doing something within her ability was also something she ought to do. Senior, you're finally here. Please sit, please sit. As soon as Mo Tianga arrived at the banquet hall, Yi Cheng enthusiastically welcomed her. A banquet table was already set up in the hall. Golden cups and silver cups could be seen, and the place was resplendent. Martial uncle. Yi Jinji also came over. Mo Tianga smiled at him. This was a private banquet, so there weren't many people present. Aside from Yi Cheng, Yi Jinji and Yi Jinji's father, Yi Zhuan, there were 4 other people. All of them were cultivators, but their cultivation levels were only in the first or second layer. 2 of them were middle-aged, one was a young man, and one was a teenager. Yi Cheng introduced them one by one. Senior, these are my Yi clan's good-for-nothing juniors, Yi Mao, Yi Yu, Yi Bing, and Yi Dun. Yi Mao and Yi Yu were the 2 middle-aged men. Judging from their seniority, they should be in the same generation as Yi Cheng. Yi Bing was the young man. His name was in the same generation as Yi Zhuan, but Yi Dun didn't know his seniority. However, according to Yi clan's naming convention, Yi Jinji was an exception. Mo Tianga didn't know whether it was because he was placed high hopes on him, since he was a child. Junior greets senior. All the cultivators of Yi clan were extremely respectful. Mo Tianga was impatient with these things, so she said, "We're all cultivators, so we can dispense with these common customs." Yi Cheng noticed she wasn't happy, so he hastily stopped her and said with a smile, "In that case, we'll do as senior said. You can all take your seats." Everyone from Yi clan took their respective seats. Yi Cheng gave the order to start the banquet, and a maid immediately came forward to open the lids of the bowls. Delicacies from the land and the sea were all extremely luxurious. Yi Cheng said humbly, "This old man knows Senior has already transcended the mortal world. It's just that we've been in the secular world for a long time, so we can't bring out anything good. Although these foods are from the secular world, they can still be considered delicious." Mo Tiange smiled faintly. "Patriarchy, you don't have to be so polite." "Yes, Grandpa Patriarch," Yi Zhenji said. "Martial Uncle won't blame us." Seeing this, Yi Cheng couldn't help but criticize him. "Child, no one will blame you for being too polite." Yi Zhenji wasn't convinced. Just as he was about to say something, Mo Tiange stopped him and said with a smile, "Your Grandpa Patriarch is right. If you want to interact with others, you'd better behave like this. But there's no need for that today. Patriarchy. I watched Jinji grow up, so I don't treat you as outsiders. You can dispense with these empty formalities." Upon hearing the words, "I don't treat you as outsiders," Yi Cheng instantly felt comfortable. He smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Since Senior said so, we'll do as you say." Soon after, everyone persuaded Mo Tiange to drink some wine and began to chat with her. Yi clan had left Kunwu for several decades. Now that they suddenly met a foundation-building senior, they naturally had a lot of things to ask about cultivation. The teenager called Yi Dun, in particular, still had the temperament of a child, so he wasn't as reserved as the adults. If he had any questions, he just opened his mouth and asked. He was reprimanded by his elders, but after seeing Mo Tiange kindly answering all of their questions, the elders finally let him go. Gradually, under the control of Yi Dun and Yi Zhenji, the adults also relaxed. This way the guests and the hosts were both happy. By the way, Senior, when they were almost done talking about cultivation, Yi Cheng suddenly said, "There's one thing Junior doesn't quite understand, so I'd like to ask Senior." "Please ask." Yi Cheng looked quite hesitant, but in the end he asked, "I saw that the spirit tool Senior gave Zhener didn't seem to be an ordinary one. May I know where Senior obtained it?" Mo Tiange was stunned, but she immediately understood what he wanted to ask. The spirit tool in Yi Zhenji's hand was the greenwood sword, right? This sword came from Yi clan, so this patriarch of Yi clan had probably seen it before. She glanced at Yi Zhenji, but Yi Zhenji lightly shook his head, indicating that he didn't say anything. Mo Tiange smiled and said, "This thing came from a good friend of mine. It's a family heirloom." "Oh." Yi Cheng looked surprised. He asked eagerly, "May I ask Senior, what's your friend's name and where is she now?" Mo Tiange was slightly surprised. "Her surname is Yi, and her name is Xiaotian." "What? Does Patriarchy know her?" Yi Cheng was stunned again. "Her surname is Yi, but why is her name Xiaotian? There's no such person in the clan." "Then what about your friend's age and cultivation level?" "She's about the same age as me, but she's already in the foundation building realm." The more Yi Cheng asked, the more baffled he became. This doesn't match at all. He wouldn't be surprised if she said she bought this greenwood sword from somewhere. But she said it was Yi Xiaoyan's family heirloom, and she was even a young foundation-building cultivator. Mo Tiange seemed to suddenly remember something. "Right, my friend was originally from a cultivation clan. Later, her clan declined, and she moved to the secular world. Could it be?" Yi Cheng's eyes brightened. "That sounds like our clan, but I'm not familiar with this name." Mo Tiange thought for a moment then said, "She originally had an uncle named Yi Jiang. Do you know him, Patriarchy?" Upon hearing this name, everyone in Yi clan became excited. They looked at each other and saw surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. In the end, Yi Cheng asked, "Senior Yi Jiang? Are you sure that's his name?" Of course. Mo Tiange's heart was clear, but she pretended to be calm. "I remember she said Yi clan used to be a cultivation clan in Mount Qingmeng. Her father was the most talented cultivator in Yi clan. Back then his name shook Western Kunwu. He successfully formed his gold core when he was only 100 years old." "Patriarchy, is this true?" Yi clan's most talented cultivator successfully formed his gold core when he was 100 years old. Yi Qing muttered with a fanatical look in his eyes. Of course he remembered. When he was born, it was the Yi family's golden age. That genius cultivator brought honor to the Yi family that they had never had before. But later, Yi Zhuan took over the conversation. He was the most outstanding cultivator in Yi clan. His name was Hai. Correct. Mo Tiange smiled. That being the case, the clan my friend was talking about was your Yi clan. This is really fate. Unfortunately, I haven't seen my friend for a long time. I don't know where she is now, so I can't tell her. After all, Yi Chung was the patriarch. After his excitement, he was now full of doubts. But our granduncle didn't leave any descendants. I'm not sure about that. Mo Tiange simply pushed the matter aside. She wanted to play the role of an outsider, so she naturally couldn't say too much about some things. Everyone in Yi clan looked at each other and gradually calmed down. That's right. That granduncle didn't leave any descendants, so how could there be a cultivator from Yi clan? In the end, Yi Qing said, Senior, do you know how your friend's uncle is now? Can you get in touch with him? Upon hearing this question, Mo Tiange's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden sorrow. She said faintly, her uncle has already passed away. What? Everyone in Yi clan was startled. Yi Zhuan cried out involuntarily. How could that be? That granduncle is only a little over 300 years old, right? According to the lifespan of a foundation-building cultivator, he should still be alive. Correct. It's more appropriate to say that her uncle died because of his death. Mo Tiange's gaze fell on the void with an indifferent expression. The two of them were being chased by other cultivators. In order to protect her, her uncle was seriously injured, so his lifespan was sharply reduced. That's why he passed away. After she finished speaking, the hall became silent. Yi Qing's expression was gloomy. This kind of thing happened too often in the cultivation world. Individual cultivators without any backing were very likely to encounter this kind of thing. In other words, the last real cultivator in Yi clan was also gone. Then didn't Yi clan really become a mediocre clan in the secular world? Even when they were forced to move out of Mount Qingmeng, Yi Qing didn't have this kind of desolate feeling back then. He always felt that Yi clan was different from those so-called cultivation clans in the secular world, because they still had a foundation-building elder, who was still alive. But it was only now that he knew that foundation-building elder had already passed away. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qing finally closed his eyes and sighed. He was already more than 70 years old. Although as a cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live to more than 100 years old. He was, after all, old. He originally thought that if Zhen was successful and got in touch with that granduncle, Yi clan would still have a chance to return to Kunwu. But now, even if Zhen could build his foundation, how could Yi clan return to Kunwu without an experienced cultivator? Besides, it was still unknown whether Zhen could build his foundation or not. Could it be that Yi clan would really decline in his hands? Senior, is this true? Of course it's true. Mo Tiange's expression was indifferent. Yi Zhenji was the only one who noticed the sadness under her expressionless face. He gently touched her, then called out in a low voice, Martial uncle? Mo Tiange shifted her gaze and smiled at him. There was a meaning in her smile that Yi Zhenji couldn't understand. Yi Qing muttered, So our Yi clan can't return to Mount Qingmeng. He suddenly cheered up. Senior, that friend of yours, has he really built his foundation now? Can you contact him? I can't. Mo Tiange flatly refused. Patriarch Yi, my friend promised uncle that when he forms his gold core, she'll give Yi clan a certain amount of help. However, it's best if Yi clan doesn't return to Kunwu. You have to know that enjoying glory and splendor in the secular world is much happier than being weak and living in Kunwu in constant danger. Chapter 154. As the wind blew, a small brown spiritual beast whimpered and rushed to bite Mo Tiange's sleeve. Mo Tiange patted its head softly. Don't make trouble. Be quiet for a while. The inferno beast blinked its black eyes, then lowered its head and sat motionlessly next to her. Amused by its aggrieved expression, Mo Tiange couldn't help but pat it again. What's wrong? Do you think Zhenji spoils you more when you're with him? The inferno beast whimpered. but it was unclear whether it agreed or disagreed. Emotienga once again stroked its head. She stared at the flowing stream and heaved a sigh. I'm not a good master. I only let you cultivate on your own, and help me concoct medicinal pills, but I never played with you. The inferno beast whimpered, bit the hem of her sleeve, and swayed it as if it was acting spoiled. Emotienga smiled and said softly, Xiaohua, stay with Xinji, okay? Upon hearing that, the inferno beast raised its head and stared at her face, seemingly not understanding why she said that. There's no spiritual beast contract between us. The reason why you're so close to me is because the virtual sky world and my divine breath are connected. You've lived here for a long time, so you naturally sense me. You watched Xinji grow up. All these years when you weren't in the virtual sky world, you were always by his side, so your feelings for him are deeper than mine. Right now, I don't feel at ease leaving him alone in the secular world. Can you stay with him? The inferno beast's eyes widened, but it didn't make a sound. Emotienga knew this inferno beast ate something in the virtual sky world that made it more intelligent than ordinary spiritual beasts. So she didn't order it. She wanted to discuss with it. Don't worry. I concocted a lot of medicinal pills for second and third rank spiritual beasts. I'll give them to Xinji, and you won't have any problems cultivating. I'll be gone for at least 3 years or at most 5 years, so I'll be back before you advance. This was what she thought about for a long time. Without the inferno beast, it would only be inconvenient for her to concoct medicinal pills. However, Xinji hadn't built his foundation yet, so she didn't feel at ease leaving him alone in the secular world. It was better to keep Xiaohua by his side. With a second-rank spiritual beast, even if he encountered danger, he would be fine. The inferno beast lowered its head and whimpered a few times. It was a little depressed, but it did not object. Emotienga chuckled. She took out several medicinal pills and fed them to it. She then heaved a sigh and said, I'd better leave first. Yi clan. I can only help them this much. Unless one day, a large number of descendants with spiritual roots appear and are able to support a clan, or if I form my nascent soul, I can protect them. At present, I don't have enough strength. Telling them my identity will only cause more trouble. I hope Shima understands what I'm thinking. Auntie. Yi Xinji's voice came from outside. Emotienga raised her hand. With a flash of light between her eyebrows, she arrived in reality. Once the restriction was opened, Yi Xinji stepped inside. When he saw her, he smiled and said, Auntie, it wasn't easy for us to leave the mountain, but you're cultivating again. Emotienga smiled and shook her head. I'm used to it. In the past, his aptitude was too poor, so he could only make up for it with hard work. Now that his aptitude was good, he was more worried that he would be too lazy to cultivate and waste his good aptitude. When Yi Xinji came in and opened the restriction again, she asked again, What's wrong? Aren't you accompanying your family? It'll be hard to see them in the future. Upon hearing this question, Yi Xinji sat down on the table gloomily. Don't mention it. I was talking with my father and the others, but I couldn't get used to it, so I came out. Couldn't get used to it? Emotienga was puzzled. She raised her chin and said, Sit properly on the chair. Yes. Yi Xinji obediently got down from the table, pulled a chair and sat in front of her. He said with a puzzled tone, I'm baffled. I remember when I was a child, my father was also very diligent in cultivating. Why is he like this now? Like what? Yi Xinji paused for a moment then said with some annoyance, My father always talks to my uncles about eating, drinking, having fun, and playing politics. I don't want to listen, so I said I was looking for Auntie. Seeing Yi Xinji's unhappy expression, Emotienga smiled and said softly, Xinji, how old is your father this year? How's his cultivation level? Yi Xinji was stunned. My father is already 45 years old, but he's still in the first layer of the aura refining realm. Seeing that he seemed to have understood something, Emotienga said with a smile, Although your aptitude isn't outstanding at Xianqing School, you still have hope in cultivating. For individual cultivators in the secular world, without good spirit veins and medicinal pills, it's hard for them to advance in the aura refining realm, even after dozens of years of hard cultivation. let alone building their foundation. It's not that your father and the others don't want to advance, but they don't feel hope. But Yi Zhenji wanted to say something, but he felt he couldn't refute her. Emotinga said, Zhenji, do you still have many medicinal pills for aura refining cultivators? Yi Zhenji nodded. I originally wanted to give them all these medicinal pills, but after seeing them like this, I don't want to. It's precisely because they're like this that you have to give them. Why? Yi Zhenji didn't understand. Emotinga said, your father hasn't been able to make a realm breakthrough for dozens of years, so he naturally lost interest in cultivating. If you give them medicinal pills now and let them see the hope of advancing, their hearts will naturally return to cultivating. They're not mortals. What else in this world is more attractive to them than advancing their cultivation realm? Yi Zhenji suddenly understood. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Emotinga thought for a moment and said, you shouldn't give them too much. It'd be best if you tell them that when they send people to Mount Taikong in the future, you'll also send them medicinal pills and the like. That way, although they're in the secular world, they'll still feel the hope of cultivating. At that time, they'll naturally put their hearts into cultivating. Auntie, you're really thoughtful. Yi Zhenji jumped up. I'll go right now. Wait. Yi Zhenji stopped. Auntie, what's wrong? You can talk about this later. Right now, I have something to tell you. Huh. Emotinga said calmly. I came to Yi Clan this time just to send you off. Now that you've safely arrived, I'll leave tomorrow. Ah. Yi Zhenji was a bit flustered. Auntie, are you going to let me stay here alone? Emotinga showed a faint smile. What? You don't dare? Yi Zhenji was stunned and felt a bit embarrassed. For 10 years he'd never left his aunt's side, so he immediately panicked. After calming down he said, Auntie, I'm just a bit not used to it. Can't you stay a bit longer? Leaving sooner or leaving later, it's all the same. Emotinga reached out her hand, wanting to stroke his head like she did when he was a child. However, when she saw how big he was now, she withdrew her hand. Don't worry. I'll leave Xiaohu with you. Nothing will happen. I'm not afraid something will happen. Yi Zhenji looked at her pitifully. Auntie, I don't want you to leave. He was already an adult, yet he still had this kind of expression. Emotinga couldn't help but laugh. You're already so big, yet you're still acting like a child. Yi Zhenji rubbed his nose and also laughed. Knowing Emotinga was determined to leave, he settled for the next best thing. Auntie, how about I go with you? I'm going to travel, not to play. Emotinga explained patiently. If I take you with me, firstly, I don't know when I'll go back, and it'll be bad if I affect your foundation building. Secondly, I might go to some dangerous places, and I don't have enough strength to guarantee your safety. Yi Zhenji didn't say anything. He wasn't an insensible child. He knew what Emotinga said was the truth, but he was just reluctant to part with her. All right, Auntie knows you're sensible. It's not like we won't come back. For us cultivators, we'll be separated for hundreds of years, let alone several years. The higher our cultivation level, the more it's like this. You have to get used to it. I understand. Yi Zhenji nodded honestly. How could he not understand these principles? Cultivators cultivated longevity, but the most important thing to get used to in longevity was separation and loneliness. Small cultivators like them were fine. At most, they would enter closed-door meditation for more than a year. For cultivators above the core formation realm, they could easily enter closed-door meditation for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. Cultivating to become an immortal was also about cultivating loneliness. Those who could not endure loneliness would ultimately not be able to cultivate the great Tao. Auntie, you have to be careful on the road. Send me messages often, or I'll be worried. Emotinga smiled. Although she was lonely, it was still warm to have someone caring for her. And you have to cultivate well. You can't neglect it, but you also can't be impatient. If you have any problems, go ask your grandmaster. Although your grandmaster has a strange temper, he sincerely supports the younger generation. If he says something, you must listen to him. I understand. Yi Zhenji nodded. He thought for a moment then asked. By the way, Auntie, What if my master comes out of closed-door meditation? Emo Tienga raised her eyebrows. Master is master. Is there still this and that? Yi Zhenji touched his head then said innocently. I said he's my master, but I've never seen him until today. Auntie is my real master. That master is just a cheap master I picked up. Hearing this title, Emo Tienga couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cheap master. The aunt and nephew duo really agreed on this point. Their masters were all picked up by others. By the way, auntie, what does my master look like? Hualing said he saw him when he was a child, but he can't remember him clearly. Other senior martial brothers and sisters all say I'm lucky. My master is second to none among the younger generation in Xianqing school. He's already in the late stage of the core formation realm. If he succeeds in forming his nascent soul within 100 years, then I'll be really lucky. In any case, I'm too lucky. Yi Zhenji felt his words were too vulgar, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Emo Tienga was speechless. That was true. There was a world of difference between the advanced inner disciple of a core formation cultivator and the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. If Qin Shoujing really succeeded in forming his nascent soul, although Zhenji was only under his name, he would still be extraordinary. At that time, his disciple rations, Immortal's Cave, and resources would all be greatly different from what they were now. When she was still taught by martial uncle Xianin, she only had a bit of money. However, after she became Lord Taoist Jinghe's official disciple, her current net worth wasn't inferior to that of a core formation cultivator from an ordinary cultivation group. And when your grandmaster made you your master's advanced inner disciple in name, he indeed had this intention. However, your master is in closed-door meditation now, and we don't know when he'll come out. If he only forms his nascent soul and comes out after several hundred years, it won't be too bad for you. That's true. Yi Zhenji scratched his head. In any case, he didn't have high hopes for that, so he didn't feel depressed. The one who really taught him how to cultivate was his aunt. In any case, it didn't matter if he had that cheap master or not. Auntie, you haven't told me what my master looks like. Emo Tienga chuckled. What if I say I've never seen him before? Yi Zhenji's eyes widened. How could that be? They said the relationship between you and master isn't ordinary. Oh. Emo Tienga frowned slightly. How is it not ordinary? What did they say? They said, Auntie, you were originally recommended into the school by master. Grandmaster only accepted you as his disciple because of master. That's about it. Emo Tienga's expression softened. When I entered the school, your master was already a core formation cultivator. So why did he have to appear in person? Yi Zhenji thought for a moment then nodded. That's true, they're right. Your master is the cultivator with the highest chance of advancing to the nascent soul realm among the younger generation of Xianqing school. With his cultivation speed, it's not impossible for him to advance to the nascent soul realm in about 100 years. It's fine if your master doesn't come out of closed-door meditation during this time. But if he happens to come out, you still have to treat him with respect. This is also your grandmaster's idea. Yi Zhenji paused for a moment then said, But I already have an aunt. Master's only my master in name. Emo Tienga smiled bitterly at his childish words. Auntie's age and cultivation level are clear for all to see. Not to mention anything else, you'll only be building your foundation in about 10 years, so I definitely won't be able to advance to the core formation realm during this time. So I won't be able to help you that much. I'm not that materialistic. Yi Zhenji shouted. If it wasn't for Auntie, I wouldn't be who I am today. No matter how good that cheap master is, what does it have to do with me? Emo Tienga felt both happy and worried when she heard this. She was happy because in the past 10 years, she didn't teach this child to have a profit-seeking character. But she was worried because he didn't have enough experience and was too childish. In the end, she still warned him. You can forget about this in private, but you can't say it outside. I know. Don't worry, Auntie. Is there anything else you're not clear about? Upon hearing her question, Yi Zhenji moved closer to her. Auntie, you have to come back soon. I'll try my best to build my foundation during this time. His words made Emo Tienga smile. In the end, She reached out her hand and stroked his head. You should go and accompany your mother. She hasn't seen you for many years. She misses you very much and talks about you all the time. You should tell her everything you need to tell her. Don't let your mother worry. I know. Mo Tiange withdrew her hand, then opened the restriction. She then sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Yi Jinji hesitated for a while, reluctant to part with her. But in the end he finally left. Mo Tiange only opened her eyes when she heard the sound of the door closing. Her eyes were filled with worry. This child is really like me in the past. Or maybe I didn't think things through carefully enough. Although I gave him enough care, I let him develop a dependent personality. Just like back then, she relied on second uncle. When he lost him, she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. It wasn't that this kind of deep affection wasn't good, but deep affection required a magnanimous mind to accommodate. According to the Taoist scriptures, absolute oblivion didn't mean that one was heartless. Oblivion meant that one couldn't be moved by emotions. This was the principle of forgetfulness. It wasn't that cultivators couldn't have attachments. There were also people with magnanimous minds who loved each other and raised children and grandchildren, which didn't affect their cultivation. However, ordinary disciples couldn't do that. Therefore, cultivation groups disapproved of disciples having too much contact with their clans. Yi Jinji was facing this kind of problem now. After living together for 10 years, he was like a teacher, like a father, like a mother, like a brother, just like the feelings she had for second uncle in the past. But it was also because he was too young. Mo Tiange recalled that she lost second uncle at this age. If Qin Shi hadn't been by her side to support her, maybe she wouldn't have been able to stand up so quickly. When she thought of this name, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart, but she soon calmed down. This was her luck, but it was also her fate. If it wasn't because of this, it might take a long time for her to recover her mental state. If it wasn't because of this, she wouldn't have fallen in love with someone so easily. Fortunately, she rationally cut off this feeling. Later, she vaguely realized some things, which made her even more grateful for her decision at that time. Thinking up to this point, Mo Tiange rubbed the space between her eyebrows and shook her head. Forget it. She shouldn't think too much. She was herself and Jinji was Jinji. The difference between men and women was also reflected in their personalities. Maybe during the time she was away, Jinji would come into contact with other people more, and this dependence would fade. As for seeing through it, that would depend on fated chances. Early the next morning, Mo Tiange packed her things and left Yi Clan. Everyone in Yi Clan came out to see her off. Last night, Mo Tiange asked Yi Jinji to give some medicinal pills, spirit tools, and other things she didn't use to Yi Clan's patriarch as a gift from a senior. Yi Clan was deeply grateful for this. Yi Clan had been in the secular world for a long time, so they had long run out of savings. Back when they sent Yi Jinji to the mountain, they only took out 2 or 3 spirit stones and several medicinal pills, which clearly showed how poor their resources were. Because Mo Tiange was Yi Jinji's martial uncle, she took out more than 10 bottles of medicinal pills and spirit tools, which were indeed huge wealth for Yi Clan. In fact, those medicinal pills were leftovers from when she learned how to concoct medicinal pills. And the spirit tools were also collected from the cultivators she killed years ago. None of them were good things, so she didn't give them to Yi Jinji, and just casually threw them in a corner of her Qianquan bag. Now she could use them. Jinji, I'll leave Xiaohua to you. Take good care of it. When you go back, bring it back to the school, understand? Yi Jinji nodded and took the Inferno Beast. In the past 10 years, he could be said to have grown up with Xiaohua. The relationship between man and beast was very good, so he naturally carried Xiaohua. When everyone in Yi Clan saw this Inferno Beast, their eyes widened. Several cultivators from Yi Clan could see that this Inferno Beast was a second-rank spiritual beast. A second-rank spiritual beast was equivalent to an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. Yet he actually gave it to Yi Jinji just like that. Senior. Yi Qing stepped forward, pointed at the Inferno Beast in Yi Jinji's arms, and said in fear and trepidation, "Giving this spiritual beast to Zhener isn't too good, is it?" Mo Tiange turned to look at him and asked, "Does patriarchy think there's a problem?" Yi Ching said, "This is a second-rank spiritual beast, so it should be able to help you. If you give it to Zhen what will you do for yourself?" Mo Tiange said faintly, "Even if the spiritual beast stays with me, it won't be of much use, so it'd be better to let Jinji take care of it." Rest assured, Patriarch Yi Xiahua grew up with Jinji, so their relationship is very good. It won't hurt Jinji. That's not what I meant. Mo Tiange knew he was just worried, so she waved her hand and interrupted him. "Patriarch Yi, rest assured. All right, Jinji, martial uncle will leave now. You stay at home for several months, but remember to return to the school on time. If you miss the test, the next time will be 3 years later." "I know, martial uncle. Rest assured I know all of this. And then I'll leave now. You don't need to see me off." After she said that, she no longer spoke any nonsense. With a wave of her hand, the white silk handkerchief appeared. Then she transformed into a flight light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 155. The white silk handkerchief rose up and a flight light flashed by. This kind of flying technique made the low-level cultivators of Yi clan extremely envious. When the other cultivators in Tong and City felt the pressure of a foundation-building cultivator, their expressions changed. Only when the pressure was far away did they dare to look around. Mo Tiange rode the white silk handkerchief until she was some distance away from Tong and City. She then retracted her spiritual aura pressure. The reason why he deliberately revealed the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator in Tong and City was to intimidate others, to let them know that the Yi clan had connections with a foundation establishment cultivator, so that they wouldn't be bullied by others. This was the secular world. Most of the itinerant cultivators in the secular world had no hope of reaching the Great Tao, and their cultivation was between the first to the third layer. A foundation establishment cultivator was enough to intimidate them. The flight light of a foundation building cultivator wasn't slow, and the white silk handkerchief was an excellent flying magic weapon. In less than half a day, they had already left Wei country. When she was in Yi clan, Yi Cheng gave her some of the information Yi clan had collected in the secular world in the past several decades. However, most of the spirit veins in the celestial pole were concentrated in Kunwu, and even if there were spirit veins in the secular world, they were very weak. Even some small cultivation groups weren't interested in them, so naturally, they couldn't be considered fated chances. Therefore, Mo Tiange didn't plan to explore the secret places provided by Yi clan. She only planned to pick some spiritual plants, or find some spiritual objects in some special places. To the southeast of the Wei Kingdom was the Jin Kingdom. Mo Tiange also planned to take a trip to the Mo family's village in Lianqing City, to pay her respects to her mother, and retrieve her mother's remains. If she had the chance, she would be buried with her father in the future. Back then, when her father died on Demonic Mountain, Qin Shoujing brought news back, saying that his body was buried on Demonic Mountain. She already had a plan in her heart. If she could form her gold core in the future, when the restrictions on Demonic Mountain weakened again, she would take a trip to retrieve her father's remains and bury him with her mother. This could also be considered fulfilling her mother's lifelong wish. At the same time, he also wanted to inform them of Tianxiao's death. When he was young, he only felt that the family was cold. If it wasn't for Tianxiao, he wouldn't even want to stay there for a day. Now, she was no longer the orphan girl who had lost her parents. Instead, she was an immortal cultivator who could fly in the sky and tunnel through the earth. Thinking back to the past, she could only sigh. Actually, her grandparents weren't bad people, but for a child, they didn't give her enough affection. She could understand, but it was difficult for her to get close to them. As soon as she entered Jin country's territory, a frown appeared on her face. She changed the direction of her flight and headed northeast. This was because she felt a strange spiritual aura fluctuation. It didn't seem like a battle of magical powers between cultivators, and it also didn't seem like the spiritual aura pressure of a high-level cultivator. Mo Tiange only hesitated for a moment before she decided to go and take a look. The spiritual energy turbulence wasn't that great, but it was a bit strange. This was the secular world, so presumably, there weren't any high-level cultivators here. Now that she had a certain level of cultivation and several treasures on her, she shouldn't be in any danger. Nevertheless, the closer she got, the deeper the frown on her face became. This spiritual aura turbulence was clean and pure, and she could faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. Could it be that a unique treasure had been born? With this thought in mind, she cast an art and urged the white silk handkerchief to move forward with all her might. Then she spread her divine sense out. Sure enough, she discovered other cultivators were also rushing over. However, these cultivators were only in the aura refining realm. When her divine sense touched them, they knew there were foundation building seniors here, so they immediately slowed down. The more Emotinga flew, the stranger she felt. This spiritual aura didn't seem to be as close as she thought. She'd been flying for so long, but she didn't feel like the distance between them was getting any closer. Gradually, this spiritual aura turbulence attracted the attention of even more cultivators in the secular world. After flying for several hours, Emotinga began to sense that there were also foundation-building cultivators joining the ranks of the pursuers. Although most of the individual cultivators in the secular world were low-level aura-refining cultivators, there were also cultivators in the foundation-building realm and above who happened to pass by. Maybe they were like her and happened to discover the spiritual aura turbulence, so they chased after it. These foundation-building cultivators tacitly kept some distance from each other, but they spared no effort in flying in that direction. Several more hours passed, and the spiritual aura turbulence finally became a bit more obvious. Many of the foundation-building cultivators were overjoyed and sped up. Emotinga's white silk handkerchief was naturally much better than these cultivators flying magic tools. However, when she discovered other foundation-building cultivators, she no longer urged it with all her strength, and instead maintained a speed that was roughly the same as theirs. The reason for this was because she was used to being cautious. This spiritual aura turbulence was very abnormal. Rather than running in the front alone, it would be safer for her to travel with these people. If there really was some kind of unique treasure, she wouldn't be afraid of them since she swept her gaze over them just now and discovered that these foundation-building cultivators were all early-stage cultivators. At this time, the closer they flew, the more obvious the spiritual aura turbulence became. Emotinga knew the source wasn't too far away. The flight lights of the other cultivators were already visible to the naked eye. There were many people who had the same idea as her, but they all avoided her. After all, her cultivation level was in the peak of the middle stage, so she was the strongest among them. Right now, they still didn't know whether she was a friend or a foe, so it was better for her to stay as far away as possible. At this time, there were no longer any aura-refining cultivators following them. Even if some aura-refining cultivators sensed the spiritual aura turbulence and flew up, they were suppressed by the spiritual aura pressure of these foundation-building cultivators, and eventually gave up the pursuit. The spiritual aura turbulence became increasingly clear. Emotinga's divine sense had already sensed the source of the spiritual aura turbulence. At the same time, she also sensed other cultivators' divine senses brushing past her. She also saw cultivators rushing over from other directions. Emotinga pondered for a moment, then stepped on the white silk handkerchief. Her speed suddenly became faster, leaving the foundation-building cultivators behind as she flew straight towards the source of the spiritual aura. Upon seeing the white flight light disappearing into the horizon, the faces of the foundation-building cultivators, who had been flying together with her for several hours, turned ashen. With this kind of speed, she could have left them behind a long time ago. It seemed that this fellow Taoist was just being lenient. Now that she suddenly sped up, did she discover something? With this thought in mind, several foundation-building cultivators also sped up and chased after her. Only one of them muttered to himself, "Her flight light is actually white. It seems this person isn't someone to be trifled with. It's better to slow down a bit." The color of a flight light was always consistent with one's spiritual roots and the cultivation technique they mainly cultivated. Gold was golden, wood was cyan, water was blue, fire was red, and earth was yellow. For cultivators with mixed spiritual roots, their flight lights were, at most, mixed colors. It was absolutely impossible for their flight lights to be white, unless that person was a rare foundation-building cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, or a cultivator who practiced a special cultivation technique. It was impossible for a person with 5 spiritual roots to have a white flight light. Foundation-building cultivators with 5 spiritual roots had experienced many hardships that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Cultivators who practiced special cultivation techniques mostly had strange moves. No matter what kind of move they practiced, they were stronger than ordinary cultivators. Unfortunately, the other foundation-building cultivators were too eager to get their hands on the treasure and didn't think about this point. 2 hours later, Emotinga landed on a cliff. At this moment, a group of cultivators had gathered on the cliff. Among them were 3 foundation-building cultivators and more than 10 aura-refining cultivators. They all looked different, but they were all staring at the valley below the cliff. Upon seeing Emotinga land, some of the foundation-building cultivators were happy, while some were worried. On the contrary, the more than 10 aura-refining cultivators were indifferent and expressionless. Fellow Taoist, Emotinga was still observing the valley faintly emitting spiritual aura when a foundation-building cultivator with a grizzled beard came to greet her and cupped his hands politely. Emotinga had already observed the people here. She didn't need to pay too much attention to those aura-refining cultivators, since they were probably individual cultivators in the secular world. There were 3 foundation-building cultivators. One of them was a man and a woman about 30 years old. They looked intimate and seemed to be dual cultivation companions. Both of them were in the early stage of the foundation-building realm, and there was nothing special about their appearance or clothes. There was also this Taoist who was standing together with the man and woman just now. They seemed to be friends, or had reached a mutual agreement. This Taoist was in the middle stage of the foundation-building realm. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and his cultivation level was quite high. Since the other party was so polite, Emotinga also saluted him back. This Taoist had secretly peeked at her cultivation level a long time ago. Seeing that she still looked like a young girl, but had such a high cultivation level, he was inwardly shocked. In the cultivation world, although cultivation techniques with the effect of retaining one's youth weren't rare, they weren't common either. Individual cultivators most likely couldn't get their hands on such cultivation techniques. This Taoist secretly speculated that if Emotinga's youthful appearance was due to the cultivation technique she practiced, then she was most likely someone from a cultivation group. If it wasn't because of the cultivation technique she practiced, it would be even more frightening for her to have such a high cultivation level at such a young age. Because of this, his attitude was both polite and respectful. My Taoist name is Fangzheng. May I know how I should address fellow Taoist? Emotinga's gaze swept over this person, but she didn't give him her real name. I'm Yi Xiaotian. Nice to meet you. After leaving Mount Taikong, she had already changed out of her cultivation group's uniform. Her name was also an alias, and she rarely walked outside, so presumably no one would recognize her. So it's fellow Taoist Yi. Taoist Fangzheng once again cupped his hands towards her, then went straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Yi must have noticed the spiritual aura fluctuation here, so she rushed over to take a look. Emotinga nodded. Yes. Her gaze once again fell on the valley below the cliff. This place didn't look like a spirit vein no matter how she looked at it. And this valley also didn't look special. So why was there spiritual aura here? Taoist Fangzheng smiled. What a coincidence. These 2 fellow Taoists, and I also came to take a look because of this. Is that so? Emotinga answered faintly. She already guessed this Taoist's intention. Presumably, he wanted to invite her to go down the valley together. However, this valley didn't seem special, so why didn't the 3 of them, foundation-building cultivators, dare to go down? Taoist Fangzheng looked a bit embarrassed to see her cold attitude, but Emotinga's cultivation level was slightly higher than his, so he endured it. Fellow Taoist Yi, Brother Yao, his wife, and I have already examined the valley. Oh! Mo Tiange finally shifted her gaze from the valley to him. Taoist Fangjing smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Yi, are you wondering why we stopped here and didn't go down the valley? Mo Tiange nodded. Indeed, the spiritual pressure wasn't strong. The 3 foundation building cultivators didn't move, and the dozen or so aura refining cultivators were still standing on the cliff's edge, whispering to each other, but none of them made any moves to go down. This was indeed strange. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist, Brother Yao, his wife, and I rushed here just now. Then we went down the valley separately. Who would have thought the miasma and gales in this valley would be so powerful? We could block them once, but we couldn't block them twice. In the end, we had no choice but to come back up. Miasma and gales? Mo Tiange was rather astonished. If they were miasma and gales, how could the spiritual aura fluctuations be so gentle? Although there were faint sounds of wind and thunder, they were neutral and peaceful. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any harmful miasma or gales. Taoist Fangjing smiled bitterly at her expression. If fellow Taoist Yi doesn't believe me, you can go down and take a look yourself. Mo Tiange's astonishment disappeared, but she soon regained her composure. She said, No need. I presume fellow Taoist has no reason to deceive me. Correct, little sister. This is the truth. Right after she finished speaking, the brother Yao and his wife, Taoist Fangjing mentioned, walked over. The woman was dressed like a married woman. She was about 27 or 28 years old, charming, graceful, and had a smile on her face. When she spoke, her tone was soft but straightforward, giving her a very favorable impression. Once the woman finished speaking, the male cultivator next to her frowned and said helplessly, Little Sister Wan, this young lady's cultivation level is higher than ours. So how could you call her little sister so casually? That's too rude. He then turned around and cupped his hands towards Mo Tiange apologetically. Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm really sorry. My wife is outspoken and didn't mean to offend you. Before Mo Tiange could answer, the woman said angrily, Big brother Xiao, don't rush to apologize on my behalf. I'll bet with you that this little sister is really a little sister. The conversation between the husband and wife had another layer of meaning. The male cultivator reminded his wife that Mo Tiange's cultivation level was higher than theirs, and that she might even be a bit older than them. Calling her little sister might be offensive, but mentioning a woman's age to her face would also offend her. So he didn't say anything. The woman understood her husband's meaning, so she focused on little sister. Once the woman finished speaking, her husband asked in confusion, How can you be so sure? The woman just smiled. It's a woman's intuition. As she spoke, she walked towards Mo Tiange, then affectionately pulled her hand and asked, Little sister, am I right or am I not? Mo Tiange also smiled. May I know how old you and your wife are? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to answer. The woman was stunned, but she soon covered her mouth and laughed. Look at my brain. I actually forgot such an important matter. My humble husband and I are only 100 years old this year. Based on the lifespan of foundation building cultivators, this was their real appearance. 100 years old, early stage foundation building. Mo Tiange thought to herself that this couple was most likely not cultivators from small cultivation groups, but individual cultivators. If they were cultivators from big cultivation groups, they were probably ordinary disciples. Most elite disciples from big cultivation groups had built their foundation early. Although not many of them formed their gold core, it wasn't a problem for them to cultivate to the middle or late stage of the foundation building realm. Very few of them stayed in the early stage of the foundation building realm at this age. Big sister's guess is correct. Mo Tiange showed a faint smile. I'm a bit younger than you too. Oh, not only this couple, but Taoist Fangjing's eyes also brightened. She was less than 100 years old, but her cultivation level was already in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Mo Tiange didn't want to talk too much about this, so she changed the subject. How much do the 3 of you know about the situation in this valley? Taoist Fangjing regained his train of thought and immediately answered, Brother Yao, his wife, and I discovered that we couldn't pass through the miasma and gales inside. So the three of us joined hands. But the result was the same. Fellow Taoists, take a look. Although the spiritual aura isn't intense, it's very pure. It's most likely the birth of some unique treasure. It'd be a pity if we missed it. Yes, us husband and wife also thought the same. The one who took over the conversation was the woman. Little sister, I can see you're so young. But your cultivation level is already so high. You must be a disciple of a cultivation group, right? The three of us are individual cultivators. So it's really not easy for us to encounter the birth of a unique treasure. If you're also interested in the treasure, we can think of a way together. If you don't want to take risks, we won't stop you. Of course, if you think you can do it alone, just pretend you never heard our suggestion. Chapter 156. The woman's tone was gentle, but her words were straightforward. Right after she finished speaking, her husband pulled her again, with a somewhat helpless expression. Emotienga could roughly guess what the male cultivator was thinking. This woman was really straightforward. If she was a hot-tempered person, she would probably be unhappy after hearing what she said. Emotienga was disinclined to get angry. Besides, this woman was just a bit too straightforward with her words. She didn't offend her. She said, "Big sister is right. Let me think about it." The woman beamed with joy. "That's what you should do. Little sister, think about it carefully." The male cultivator heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't take advantage of her higher cultivation level to attack them. Although there were two of them, their cultivation levels were a bit lower than others. Even if they joined hands, they would still lose more if they fought against cultivators in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Taoist Fangjing raised his head to look at the horizon. "Fellow Taoist Yi, we'd better make a decision quickly. The longer we delay, the more people will come." Emotienga was a bit surprised. This Taoist Fangjing's divine sense was also very powerful. She only sensed someone approaching just now. That being the case, we'd better get going quickly. The three of them were delighted to hear what she said. Taoist Fangjing looked around, then quickly laid a soundproof barrier. He said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, may I ask what kind of cultivation technique you practice?" Upon seeing Emotienga's unhappy expression, he immediately added, "The miasma and gales below us are very strong. Fellow Taoist Yi, you'd better have a cultivation technique that can restrain them." Emotienga thought for a while, then answered, "Although I don't have a cultivation technique, I have a magic weapon that can resist the gales." Hearing what she said, the other three people beamed with joy. Taoist Fangjing clapped his hands. "That's great. If we're talking about the miasma, I have a kind of detoxifying pill that's very effective. After you swallow it, you just need to hold your breath and circulate your cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Yi, can your magic weapon protect the four of us from the gales? We'll have to see to know." After their brief discussion, the four of them took out their flying magic tools, under the envious gazes of many aura refining cultivators, and fell into the valley. What Emotienga took out was an ordinary flying sword. Firstly, the white silk handkerchief had to take on the role of resisting the gales on this journey. Secondly, she wanted to hide her wealth. The white silk handkerchief was a magic weapon. It was already eye-catching to take it out. But now, it was discovered by others that it had so many functions. It was inevitable that people would be envious. From the short conversation they had just now, Emotienga found out that the man was called Yao Zixio, and the woman was called Shang Ruan. They were born in a cultivation family, and had been childhood sweethearts. Later, when the family declined, the two of them became loose cultivators. It had to be said that the two of them were extremely lucky. They had inadvertently saved a severely injured nascent soul cultivator. That nascent soul cultivator was grateful for the two of them saving his life, and had given them several foundation building pills in return. With these foundation building pills, the two of them unexpectedly reached the foundation building realm together. Originally, with their status as foundation building cultivators, it wouldn't have been difficult for them to find a small cultivation group to stay in. However, they were already used to wandering the world, and didn't like being tied down. Furthermore, their aptitudes weren't outstanding, so even if they found a cultivation group, it would be difficult for them to advance to the core formation realm. It would be better for them to remain as loose cultivators, which would be a bit more enjoyable. Emotinga saw that Shang Ruan was frank, open-minded, and her mental state was even more carefree than many elite disciples in cultivation groups, so her evaluation of her improved by a notch. Her husband, Yao Zixio, was rather taciturn and a bit more tactful than her, so they complemented each other perfectly. The two of them were very harmonious and looked very loving. As for Taoist Fangzheng, he was also an individual cultivator. He was quite old and had a lot of experience, but his temperament couldn't be seen yet. The three of them guessed she was a disciple of a cultivation group. Emotinga didn't deny it, and just vaguely said she was passing by and happened to run into them. So she came to see what was going on. As they flew down from the valley, they saw that the valley was filled with fog, and the bottom couldn't be seen. After flying down for a while, they soon reached the edge of the miasma. Taoist Fangzheng gave his detoxification pills to the three of them. Emotinga took them but didn't swallow them. Instead, she secretly swapped them for her own medicinal pills. This Taoist Fangzheng didn't seem suspicious, but they'd just met, after all, so it was better to be a bit more cautious. Right after that, Emotinga summoned the white silk handkerchief and chanted an incantation. In a flash, the white silk handkerchief turned into bricks which fell from all sides and surrounded the four of them like a house, trapping them inside. This was the result of her 5 years of closed-door meditation. In the beginning, this white silk handkerchief could only turn into a brick wall, but after her cultivation level increased, it could turn into more bricks, and its defense also became stronger. Under the protection of the brick wall formed by the white silk handkerchief, the four of them cautiously flew down. The miasma wasn't serious. After they flew down for a while, the wind started to howl outside. The sound of the wind became more and more violent. It was so sharp that it sounded like it was tearing something apart, as it ruthlessly hit the brick wall. Emotinga wrinkled her brows slightly. This gale was indeed fierce. If this white silk handkerchief hadn't been refined by a deification cultivator, and wasn't an ordinary magic weapon, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Shang Ruan looked worried when she saw Emotinga's slightly pale face. She asked in a low voice, "Little sister Yi, can you hold on?" With a pale face, Emotinga said, "I don't have enough spiritual aura. You two husband and wife, give me a hand." Shang Ruan and Yao Zixio glanced at each other, then made hand seals together. Yao Zixio passed his spiritual aura to Shang Ruan, and Shang Ruan passed her spiritual aura to Emotinga. As for Taoist Fangzheng, he was on full alert to guard against any mishaps. The gale became fiercer and fiercer. The three of them gradually ran out of spiritual aura, so they had to take medicinal pills. Because Taoist Fangzheng provided them with medicinal pills to ward off the miasma, and Emotinga used her magic weapon to block the gale, the Yao couple didn't contribute anything, but the two of them didn't dare to complain. They just kept eating restorative panaceas, and transferred all their spiritual aura to Emotinga. Time gradually passed. The Yao couple finally finished their restorative panaceas. Yao Zixio touched his Qingquan bag, then asked Shang Ruan in a low voice, "Little sister Wan, do you have any more restorative panaceas?" Shang Ruan's complexion gradually turned pale. She shook her head and said, "This is the last bottle." They were only ordinary individual cultivators, so their families weren't rich. Emotinga swallowed another restorative panaceas, then said, "Fellow Taoist Fangzheng, how about you take their place?" Now that the four of them were on the same boat, how could Taoist Fangzheng refuse? He nodded and said, "Brother Yao, you and your wife should rest for a while. I still have some restorative panaceas on me, so it won't be a problem for us to hold on for a while." The Yao couple had already used up their medicinal pills, so how could they refuse? Yao Zixio said, "In that case, we won't be polite." Taoist Fangzheng put his palms together and moved his spiritual aura into Emotinga's body through her back. Now that Yao Zixio and Shang Ruan were free, they seized this time to close their eyes and rest. At that moment, There was a whooshing sound outside. All of a sudden, several gusts of gale attacked them, hitting the brick wall outside heavily. For a moment, Mo Tiange lost control of the brick wall, causing the four of them to suddenly feel dizzy. Shang Ruan called out, "Big brother Xiao." Yao Zixio hastily rushed over. The two of them held each other's hands tightly and steadied themselves together. Mo Tiange and Fangjing's cultivation levels were higher than theirs, so their adaptability was also faster than theirs. Once Mo Tiange realized she was losing control of her magic weapon, she immediately bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, forcibly regaining control of the magic weapon. Taoist Fangjing also immediately moved his spiritual aura again, sending it into Mo Tiange's body. After the torrent passed and the four of them regained their stability, Mo Tiange said, "The situation isn't good. If the gale was a bit stronger, my magic weapon wouldn't be able to hold on." What she said made the other three people wrinkle their brows. They had experienced it themselves, so they naturally knew how powerful the gale was. Right now, the Yao couple had used up all their restorative panaceas and didn't have enough spiritual aura, so even protecting themselves would be a problem. Although Taoist Fangjing still had some strength left, if Mo Tiange couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to survive the gale without the protection of the white silk handkerchief. While they were hesitating, another torrent came. This time, Mo Tiange was already prepared. She had been using her divine sense to firmly control the white silk handkerchief, but this time, the torrent was even stronger. Even though Mo Tiange's divine sense was powerful, she still felt powerless even though she wanted to. She made a prompt decision and shouted, "This won't do. We have to go back." Nevertheless, Taoist Fangjing was hesitant. We're almost at the bottom, aren't we?" Mo Tiange raised her voice. "If it comes again, I won't be able to hold on." "Fellow Taoist Fangjing, can you guarantee you'll be able to hold on?" What she said made Taoist Fangjing silent. His cultivation level was slightly lower than Mo Tiange's, so if Mo Tiange couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to either. Another gale attacked them. Shang Ruan's complexion turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Zixio turned pale with fright. "Little sister Wan." Mo Tiange no longer said anything. She immediately manipulated the flying sword to change its flying direction. If this continued, she might lose her life here. She wasn't an individual cultivator. She had a sect and a master, and she had outstanding talents, so she didn't lack medicinal pills. Even if she didn't have this kind of unique treasure, she still had a chance to advance to the great Tao. If she lost her life for something that might not even exist, she would lose more than she gained. Upon seeing her changing direction, Fangjing called out, "Fellow Taoist Yi." He seemed reluctant. Mo Tiange said coldly, "If we don't go back, we'll all die here. No matter how good a treasure is, it depends on whether we're alive to enjoy it." Taoist Fangjing's face flushed, but he didn't say anything in the end. Unlike these people, he didn't have much time left in his lifespan, so he had to seize every opportunity he could. However, if he offended this little girl now, he would die here without the protection of her magic weapon. He stared at the bottom of the ravine, which was visible to the naked eye, with an unwilling expression on his face. Yao Zixia was also unwilling. Shang Ruan said softly, "Big brother Xiao, the most important thing is for us to be together and live well." Yao Zixia was silent for a long time, before he finally let out a soft "N." The four of them flew upward in silence. The gales finally weren't as fierce as before, so the four of them felt a bit relieved. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound rang out. The Yao couple looked up, and immediately turned pale with fright. Fellow Taoists, Mo Tiange followed their line of sight and looked up. Her eyes immediately widened. A part of the mountain wall was cracked by the gales, and was falling towards them. "Brother Yao, quickly block it!" Taoist Fangjing shouted. The Yao couple finally regained their senses. They hastily joined hands to make hand seals, creating a protective cover above everyone's heads. This brick wall transformed from the white silk handkerchief only had 4 sides, so it couldn't block the falling stones, so they could only rely on this protective cover. Emotinga's heart sank when she saw this. Without any time to think about anything else, she put her hand into her chinkuan bag, grabbed a handful of medicinal pills, and stuffed them into her mouth. Right after that, she felt a huge tremor around her body. All the stones were falling towards them. The Yao couple managed to withstand the first wave of stones. The second wave, the protective cover shook and its light dimmed. The third wave, the protective cover finally broke. Emotinga suddenly lost control of the brick wall. She immediately clasped her palms together, and the four sides of the brick wall transformed back into the white silk handkerchief. She made a hand seal, wanting to return to the virtual sky world, but she couldn't even hold on for a short period of time. In an instant, she was sucked into the raging gales. After an indeterminate amount of time, Emotinga slowly opened her eyes. Pain. Her whole body ached. She closed her eyes and moved her spiritual aura to flow through her meridians one by one. Only then did the pain in her body ease a bit. After a long time, she finally regained the strength and slowly sat up. She looked around. The scene in front of her surprised her. The grass was green, the sun was shining, the breeze was gentle, and the water was gurgling. Everything in front of her was like a beautiful paradise. She recalled what happened before she fainted. She discovered spiritual aura fluctuations, searched for them, went down the valley with the Yao couple and Taoist Fangzheng, encountered gales. In the end, she wanted to enter the virtual sky world, but she didn't make it in time. She was sucked into the gales and lost consciousness. She touched her body, but she wasn't injured. Her dantian and meridians were extremely tough, so they weren't damaged. The reason why she didn't have any external injuries was because she was wearing the Heaven and Earth Cloud Silk armor. She stole this magic tool from Yunwu Sec's Guiyuan Hall when she left Mount Yunwu, and gave it to her along with the land-fleeing ruler. The land-fleeing ruler once saved her life, and this Heaven and Earth Cloud Silk armor also saved her life now. Emotinga wiped away her messy thoughts and stood up. This was indeed a valley, but it was completely different from the previous valley filled with fog, miasma, and gales. What kind of place was this? How did she get here? She summoned the white silk handkerchief, stepped on it, and flew into the air. Looking down from the sky, this was a T-shaped valley surrounded by steep mountain walls. Aside from flying up, she couldn't find an exit. Emotinga cautiously flew along the rock walls. She didn't know what happened to the Yao couple and Taoist Fangzheng. The Yao couple were two people, and Taoist Fangzheng was very experienced, so he should have some self-defense methods. This place was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The trees and grass were lush, and there were even harmless little beasts running around occasionally. Presumably, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Her gaze swept over the area below, and she suddenly found something black. Emotinga wrinkled her brows and started to descend. That thing seemed to be a pile of stones. The further she went down, the clearer she could see it. It seemed to be a stone statue. Emotinga's spirit was aroused, and she continued to descend. The existence of a stone statue meant there were traces of people living here. Since there were traces of people living here, she could ask them to find out what this place was, and what was going on. Once she landed on the ground, Emotinga looked up. This stone statue was several hundred feet tall. Based on its facial features and posture, it seemed to be a woman. Her hair was tied up in a high bun with a phoenix hairpin, and her clothes were a bit strange. She wore a short jacket that tightly wrapped around her upper body, exposing her entire shoulders, while her lower body was covered in a long skirt. Although it was a statue, it gave off an elegant and spirited feeling. This kind of clothes seemed to be worn several thousand years ago. Several thousand years ago, women didn't need to wrap themselves tightly like they did today. They were beautiful by exposing their shoulders, but they liked to wear long skirts, which made them look like fairies, as if they were flying in the sky in a painting. Emotinga examined the stone statue carefully. It was covered in moss, and it seemed like no one had taken care of it for a long time. She was a bit disappointed. It seemed the people in the valley had most likely moved away. There was a stone platform under the stone statue, which seemed to be an altar. The incense burner was also full of weeds. Emotinga suddenly wrinkled her brows. She placed her hand on the incense burner on the altar and gave it a light push, causing a faint spiritual aura to emerge. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.